would like to lead the pledge.
Yes.
So I suggest, I checked with her and she said she'd be fine with it.
Okay, super. Thank you. Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Environment and Agriculture Committee. We are going to get underway. We've got a very full schedule today. And so I'd like to get started, and I would invite our guest today, the Honorable Tara Sad, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. And this morning we are honored to have the Honorable Tara Sad, who used to chair this committee, along with, Bob Hafner is not here. He also was chair of this committee many moons ago. And Tara is now working with the Conference of State Governments, Council of State Governments East. And she's here to give us an update on what they've been up to. So I present to you the Honorable Tara Sad.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Chair. It's good to see you in that chair, and Peter Ranking and everybody. Congratulations on your vice chairmanship. It's great to be back in ENA. It's my old home. I was on this committee for 10 years. And that was 10 years ago when I left. So it is still the best committee in the entire House of Representatives. And I brag about you guys in all the states I go to. So congratulations. Yes, I work with Council of State Governments, Eastern Region. It is a membership organization that all the states in the Eastern Region belong to. What we do is we provide services, research, information, conferences, webinars, policy summits, anything that you as our members want on any policy subject that you want to talk about. So we managed to put it together. We introduce you to your compatriots and colleagues in other states, who are always great resources to call when you have a question about what they're doing on any issue, any bill. Call them up and say, what have you done? What is your experience? So that's what we do. I love it. When I was in the House, I was an appointee to Council of State Governments, and I fell in love with the organization because of all of the information that it gave us. It's nice to be in the House in New Hampshire, especially on the ENA committee, but it's all nicer to know what other states do, how they pass bills, what their system is. It's completely different in each state. It's amazing, and it's a real eye opener. So you get to sort of feel where we stand in the country when you see how other states are operating. And besides, it's always great to see the Capitol buildings. They're really interesting. They're all completely different. So anyway, that's what I do. What I'm here for today really is just to sit in the back and listen to all the bills and the hearings and everything like that, which is the fun part. You have some good ones today. So I hope it works out well. I always found when I was a state representative, I had remember Derek Owen? He used to wear the hat that said farm here to eternity with a feather in it.
I wasn't on the committee when he was a
Yeah.
member, but
Yeah.
he did come in and testify on
Right.
some hemp bills later.
He was just this old hippie farmer, this organic farmer, so great. He was in the House for like 30 years. But he would sit next to me my first year, and he would say, okay, today there's lunch at St. Paul's. And so he would always find the free lunch. And so I would follow him around all the time. So I know that representatives love free food. I mean, because the salaries that you get and everything are so enormous. So what I did was I went out and I got you vouchers at the cafeteria. So you can go and have lunch on CSG today. So I'm going to pass these out. Anyway, have a great time. Thank you very much for having me here.
What are your upcoming conferences? That you have?
Oh. Thank you for asking. We don't have any policy summits this year, but our annual meeting, which is the big one, we normally have it in August, and it's usually in a New England state. But this time it's going to be in December, and it's going to be in San Juan, Puerto Rico.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Wow.
So it's going to be warm. So, yes.
Peter?
They're always fun.
So is the meeting in San Juan the Eastern?
Eastern only, yeah,
Eastern
because
only,
they're in our region.
Okay, so somehow I thought that was because sometimes the full CSG. meeting
Yes,
is
exactly.
December. I thought
I
that-
went to one of the nationals in San Juan that was in Puerto Rico, but this one is just east.
Okay, so this is the Eastern region.
Uh-huh.
And it's just been moved because the weather is better in
N-
December.
It's been moved because of the election.
Oh,
We didn't want it in August because people are campaigning,
Oh,
and
right.
we didn't want to interfere in the door knocking.
Okay.
So
okay. Well, that
I know
works.
it makes it even better.
So what are the different regions? We're in
Yeah.
CSG East.
We're in CSG East, which are the 11 northeastern states, 5 eastern Canadian provinces, and the 2 territories, Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. We have the big one. The big region is the South. They take it seriously down there. I mean, especially the ag people. They have like 1,000 people just on the ag committee come to their meetings. It's insane. Then there is the Midwest, which of course are all the I states, all the big farming states, Iowa, Indiana, all of that. And then there is the West, which is mostly California. But yeah, so those are our regions.
So for CSG East,
Uh-huh.
in terms of ag policy, what
Yes.
are the big items that the CSG East members are dealing with?
Right now, it tends to be PFAS, the biosolids on farmland. I know in Maine, they actually are taking whole farms out of production completely because of the soil. They're being reimbursed by the state and by, I think, the federal government too for the loss of their land. But I mean, it really is detrimental. Another thing, of course, is funding. Because we're specialty crops, we're not commodity crops, we're not row crops. So of the $18 billion that the federal government is giving to the farmers, we're getting only $1 billion of it, and that has to be spread over all the specialty crops. So it pays to be a big guy in the Midwest, I guess. But yes, Peter.
So one of the things that is sort of interesting about doing the agriculture meetings on the for the Eastern region is that the Northeast is largely, as you mentioned, largely specialty crops.
Yes.
And each individual state in the Northeast doesn't have a whole lot of clout with the federal government.
No.
But so if we want to have, if we want to do something that pushes towards the kind of agriculture we do, which
Yes.
there are some of the people in the further west and further south places don't even think it counts.
Exactly. No, exactly.
So, but
Yes.
if we want to have some sort of voice, we need to work together. And so could you talk about a little bit
Yes.
about how CSG helps us work together?
Exactly. Well, number one, we bring you all together so that you're all in one room and you're talking about the subjects that you are interested in. We encourage our member states and our appointees and our members to think about issues that are common with all of the states and not just like chickens in Delaware or dairy in Pennsylvania. Something that we can all agree on. And then we craft resolutions and the executive committee votes on the resolutions, whether to accept it or not, and then we send it to Congress. And our representatives there we actually went to a hearing of the federal agriculture committee for the House, Congress, in Cobleskill, New York, SUNY Cobleskill. And they were having a hearing on the Farm Bill. And so Bob Hefner, my friend, and I, we went and we handed over a resolution that we just did. And we talked about it in front of them and all that stuff. So, I mean, we actually had access, so which was nice. The Northeast is still small as far as agriculture is concerned, but we are managing to get things like insurance for the specialty crops, which we didn't have before. No one even thought that it was possible, you know. So it's a better form of agriculture, direct to consumer, small scale, than the huge conglomerates that are taking over the Midwest. That scares me a little. Anyway. Any questions about CSG East? Yes.
Good morning. Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you.
So, are you then an avenue for us?
Oh, yes. That's
If
what we're
we-
here for.
Okay,
Yes.
so if we have issues that we want to get to our delegation,
Exactly.
you are speaking for us
Yes.
on our behalf. Thank
Yes. Oh, yes, definitely.
And you have different publications and research
Yes,
that
we
you
do.
can share with us.
It's online, yes. What we do is I don't normally print out the research that I do. I get calls from representatives in different states. Can you tell me what is going on as far as, you know, fire suppressants in fair buildings, you know? And so I do the research and I send it direct to them directly. It's a one-on-one thing, you know, instead of me, I don't do whole position papers on issues. Our national does. We're based out of Lexington, Kentucky. Our Eastern region is based out of New York City, but I live in Walpole, New Hampshire, which is the prettiest town in the world. Most dairy farms in any other town in the state. Yeah. I think we're dwindling. I think we're down to 4. We were 8. I know. It's not good. But anyway, it's beautiful.
And you send out some newsletters to everybody's email. How if we want to be on that email list, how do we do that?
I know you. I can get you.
Okay.
You can get it whether you want them or not. You can just delete it.
Okay. Questions? There was other questions?
I'm going to pass out my card to everybody too, so that you can give me a call if you need anything. And I mean, I'm serious. I'd love to dig into issues if you need it. I know how huge your staffs are here.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these states, they have like 10 staff members sitting in their suites.
Yeah.
You know, it's insane.
Yes.
Anyway,
Representative Potenza wanted to ask you a
I'm
question.
sorry. Yeah.
Well, actually, I think it's for you, Madam Chair. Field trip in December?
Perhaps.
San Juan is a pretty place. I'm going to pass these out and then I'll pass out my business cards too. Thank
Okay.
you all so much.
Thank you so much for coming in.
I'm going to be sitting here all day.
okay.
I just want to listen.
And Bob Hafner, is he doing
he's
okay?
ill.
He's ill.
Yeah.
Well, send him our best regards and that we're thinking of him.
Thank you.
And thank you again for taking the time to come in and
Oh,
give
my
us an
favorite
update.
Although this is different.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
I know it does.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Look at that binder.
I know. Well, we got lots of stuff here. Thank you. I'm gonna get myself. All right, I'm gonna get myself plugged in, and then we can start off.
Oh, good. Yeah. I just checked my emails.
Of course.
Email, I saw that she had her legislative
Okay.
Thank you. And then Kathy Kenny is the only one on our side.
Okay.
You're welcome.
So who's not going to be?
Kathy and
What's the name of it?
Oh, okay. I know.
Oh, my God. I have the best person to meet.
Can you,
No, it's just. Oh, she's the representative. She has to be here, and she.
all right then, pardon me for while I'm getting myself organized here. So we have, I've scheduled a full committee work session on several bills, actually all the bills that we've heard so far, which are 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12. And so we're just going to go through one by one and see, we may exec a few on the way, along the way. But we're going to start off with HB 1431, restricting the use of neonicotinoid pesticides. I have, for the committee, I've printed out and I also sent you via email 2 amendments that I have drafted for this amendment. For this bill. The one is the shorter version, and basically what both of these amendments are doing is changing the bill slightly so that it would be the Pesticide Control Board that we are going to instruct to adopt rules relative to reclassification of certain neonicotinoid pesticides as restricted use. And the reason is I feel that they have already begun the work to do that. And they have on their control board, they have a lot of expertise and can talk about things that perhaps we haven't even touched on and can make the proper determinations of restricted use far above and beyond what the original bill that Representative McDonald presented to us. I think it's important that we recognize that the Pesticide Control Board does have members on their board that are from the conservation community, from the entomologists, the people who are intimately involved with pesticide use, and all of the necessary, how those pesticides should be used properly, and also the studies and information that has been brought to them regarding some of the damage that it has done to the pollinator community. And so I think that with these 2 amendments, and we can pick either, but I'm more leaning towards the one that's the longer one. The shorter one basically gives a more broader directive to them regarding restricted use. And also, I want them to devise a plan to notify apiaries registered with the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food when neonicotinoid pesticides are applied in areas that may affect their hives. That appears in both bills, and I think it's an important thing for them to do. We, as a legislature, tried to do that in previous years unsuccessfully because it was too much of a involved process that we didn't really have time to figure it out. And I think the Pesticide Control Board can do that successfully. Most importantly, I know that we've had testimony in the past for this bill that has said, well, the legislature should take action because the Pesticide Control Board hasn't done anything. Well, we're giving them a date certain in this bill to draft a plan. and that date is January 1st. By January 1st, 2027, the Pesticide Control Board shall adopt all plans for restricted use of neonicotinoid pesticides. And so I think that that's a real important part of both amendments. The difference between the two amendments, again, the longer version, what we've termed the laundry list version, incorporates all of the things that Representative McDonald brought to us in his amendment to the bill, which directs the Pesticide Control Board to look at specific things. But the way I worded this is that they shall make rules regarding neonicotinoid pesticide applications, which may include but are not limited to those things. And so it gives them a little bit more, it gives them something to start with, which they've already started with, I may add, and gives them a date certain where these things should be addressed. So I'm going to leave it at that. I would like to exec this out today using either of these. I would prefer the longer list, and I'll open that up for discussion. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I have sort of a general comment, which is I agree with the chair that the longer version is preferable. And I think one of the things that is really good about the way that this works is that if we were to put a lot of these requirements in statute rather than rule, then the board would hesitate to start working on it until they knew what the Senate and the governor had done. And this way, it is simply, since it is puts it all in all of the work in the rulemaking process, and provides them room to use their discretion, they can start this process now. They don't need to wait until July when it's signed by the governor. And getting these restrictions into rules sooner is really what we want the most. So that's my strong endorsement for this version. I just have a small question, which is in a couple of places. So on line 23 of page 2 and 37 of page 2, for any aerial or airborne application as per recommended usage, in the bill that was in the amendment that Representative McDonald presented to us, that had been specifically aerial applications should not be done when the wind speed is greater than 15 miles per hour.
Right.
And
I'll explain why I changed it.
okay, thank you.
So I changed that after having a discussion with Mr. Rousseau, who said that rather than putting those specifics in there, the Pesticide Control Board will be relying on the use that's specified on the product. And if you would like to clarify that, I'd be happy to have you come up and speak, Mr. Rousseau.
Good morning, David Rousseau with New Hampshire Division of Pesticide Control within the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food. And just responding to the miles per hour or the wind speed, is typically driven by the label. The label will identify almost always what a wind speed allowance is when a product is being used aerially.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if that really needs to be in statute saying that they need to follow the label, or is that required? Is that required anyway? And does it make any difference whether it's in statute or not?
It's currently there is language that you have to follow the label, and it works where it is now. If that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. Representative Comtois.
Thank you. Director Russo, is it not true that the label is the law?
That's correct. You have to follow the label. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or concerns or comments?
So I'll just comment that I think that we don't really need that line, but I think that in fact, but it doesn't matter if it's in there either. I think it's sort of a wash. So I wouldn't recommend changing the amendment just to change that.
Okay. Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for you. How ardently are you wanting to exec this today?
It's an early bill, and I need to get my early bills passed or taken care of.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just save my comments for executive session.
Well, I would like to exec it now if we can.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. Representative Comtois.
I have a couple questions on the bill, if you don't mind. Okay, so I'm looking at line 21 on page 1, where it says that they shall adopt rules for certain neonic pesticides as restricted use. And okay, so they're going to determine which neonics are going to be restricted use. Is that correct? Is that what that's saying?
Yes, because there are, we had a list of different neonicotinoids, and there were some that were, for lice and bed bugs and used indoors and such, so they may not make those restricted use.
Okay. And then on page 3, line 4, it says the Pesticide Control Board shall have all plans for restricted use of neonic pesticides in place. So is that for all neonics, or is that just for the ones that they're going to make restricted use? I'm concerned that it says here shall have all plans for restricted use of neonicotinoids in pesticides in place. And so when I read that, it looks like all neonics will be restricted use. And maybe I'm not reading that correctly.
No.
Okay. Line 4 on page 3.
So it would be for those that they've determined restricted use on. Yeah, so they shall have all plans for restricted use of neonicotinoid pesticides in place. So the way I read that is that for those that they have determined restricted use on, that they would have plans in place for those. Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think Representative Comtois, if you take a look at line 9, section 2, it specifically states what the active ingredients are. I don't know if that's all neonics, but that's a listing of what this would be pertaining to.
Okay. Representative Wheeler.
And to Representative Comtois' point, Madam Chair, the Pesticide Control Board at the end of its due date might determine that there might be no restricted use for neonicotinoids. Is that true?
Well, we have said that what they should look at. We're giving them the authority to determine which should be restricted use or not. Certainly, there are some neonicotinoids that would be for indoor applications. So it appears to me that with all the input that they have been receiving from people, that there will be neonicotinoids that will have restricted use and, in fact, banned. So,
But theoretically, they could.
theoretically, I suppose they could say, "Oh well, we don't see any restrictions here." But with all the input that they've been receiving and everything that they have been looking at, I would trust that there will be restrictions placed on these pesticides. Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I want to agree with the statement the chair just made. I think that at this point, what we've heard is that it seems clear to me that their intention is to restrict it in some way, right? And I also think that it is clear that that's what we want them to do. So I would say that it wouldn't be in their best interests under these circumstances to not do something, right? Because the reason why we're doing something like this, pardon me, is to give the department a little bit more latitude to do those rules. If they don't do it, then it's our prerogative to say there's no more latitude. So as you said, from what I've heard from the agency, I'm convinced that they want to act on this. And I think that with the public pressure and what our committee has been talking about for the last few weeks, that they understand that we're ready to take action if we're not satisfied with the results of their work.
Representative Scully?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if we could ask again the Representative Rousseau to, I guess, confirm that the Pesticide Board is aware of this issue and does intend indeed to have some restrictions on the neonicotide use.
Okay. Representative Wheeler?
Just to
and
be
then
clear, I'm
Potenza?
not saying that I think that they won't, but I'm just saying that they have the ability to not. To Representative Comtois' point about whether they would, I'm saying they have the potential to say we won't ban them at all, or they'll ban the ones that they see as restricted use. But I'm not saying that's what they're going to do. That's what I was just asking the theoretical
Representative Potenza?
what they're going to do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's really important that we just kind of like pause for a second. I don't know if everybody's been reading their messages in their email. There was a woman that basically gave us the rundown of everything that's been going on with the research, the meetings, all of that, with all stakeholders involved, with the director as well, members of the Pesticide Control Board. It's crystal clear that they're all on board, that there's going to be some action. So I feel like we're kind of circling a little too much here. I think we all have that information if we've all been reading our emails. So I agree with the direction. I agree with what you said, Chair, as well as Representative Shermana. I think we need to move forward with this.
Representative Comtois?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Knowing we had received an email that said that the Pesticide Control Board had met in, I believe it was December, and are already discussing neonics as part of their purview. And I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Representative Gruber and then Minor.
Yes, I support what we're discussing here in the longer version, but I just want to clarify that I think as a committee, we do trust and that the committee, the Pesticide Control Board, will use the kind of best scientific research and available knowledge to do their job. And I think we need to proceed with this.
Representative Minor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Representative Potenza's point, I too have a copy of an email, and I'll just use the first name by Tanya, stating all the different studies that have been gone into neonicotinoids. There we go. And I'd be more than happy to share it with you if you folks haven't received that. You all got it? Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay. Well, without any further discussion, I would like to make a motion to.
I believe that Representative Scully had requested a comment from the director.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you still want to ask a question of Mr. Russo?
Well, if everybody is satisfied that the board is on board with this based on the information they've been given, I don't think that's necessary. If there's still some doubts that remain with our committee, then I guess.
Well, I invite Mr. Russo up and make his comments on this amendment. I know that I've had discussions with him, and he seemed in favor of it. So, just your general comment of this particular amendment and the directive that it gives you.
Certainly. Again, David Rousseau with New Hampshire Division of Pesticide Control with the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food. In response to the progression of reviewing neonicotinoids, which have been on the Pesticide Control Board's agenda for a number of years now, they're looking at restrictions. Again, I'm not on the board. I report to the board, so I can't identify what the final product will look like. But as the division head, I do make recommendations, and there will be a recommendation to restrict certain neonicotinoids. I can, any follow-up question?
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director. Because of your statement that the Pesticide Control Board is already looking at that, where they're looking at already restricting certain neonics, this legislation, do they need this to do their job?
It's very helpful to have the outline, and we put a lot of work into it. 4 members of the board actually met with Representative McDonald and his concerns. So the draft that you have, the long version in front of you right now, is a result of that, and that'll be very helpful in moving ahead.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. I would like to make a motion.
Thank you.
Sure. I'd like a motion to adopt this amendment 2026-0465H.
Madam Chair, you have to move out to pass first.
I'm sorry. I'd like to move auto pass on the amendment, which is, thank you for reminding me, it's been a long time here.
Just don't want to get in trouble with the clerk, you know.
I know. I'd like to move auto pass with amendment 2026-0465H. Do I hear a second? Representative Bixby seconds.
I will second that.
And any discussion? Representative Wheeler.
I am going to vote against the amendment because I appreciate that the committee is so trusting of the agencies, and I have nothing to say about Mr. Russo in particular, but just as a legislator, I am skeptical of the passion that the rulemaking authorities have on this issue, given the fact that it has been, as Director Russo said, on their agenda for so long, and these products are incredibly toxic. And I think at the very least we could ban it to ornamental use in turf. And I think that, these are very toxic substances that sometimes statute and our authority here in the general court is worthwhile banning. But I appreciate the work that has been done on this amendment, and I'm glad that something is getting through, but I'm going to, as a matter of just principle, vote against it.
Okay, thank you. Representative Howard.
With all due respect to Representative Wheeler, if you look at the timeline that we were talking about before, in legislation we have approached this and then backed away from it, and this is a chance for us to actually, through legislation, guide the board. So I think that this is actually legislation that will be acted upon and will make a difference.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
I think that there are a couple of elements of this amendment that really make it much more powerful. And one of them is the requirement that action be taken by January of 2027. That is something that if we try to get this, do a further amendment on this somehow and get it, and then get that through the legislative process, that meeting that deadline is going to be very hard. If we move ahead with this quickly now, then they can get started right now, because they won't need to figure out, okay, so what are the various things they're going to need to take account of in the legislation that would be in statute. Because it's in rules, they will be able to work on it immediately and get it in place sooner. And because we have that deadline for them, they have to do it. The other thing that I like about it is, it slipped out of my head, but I think that this is a very good amendment, and I think that it does the job that we need to have done.
Thank you. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to my colleagues for their work on this. I'm trying to keep up, and so I would love a brief clarification about the difference between your very good amendment and the actual bill that Rep. McDonald gave us.
Okay, well, there's, first of all, a date certain that the Pesticide Control Board should adopt all plans. There is also, I don't recall, I have to take a look at his amendment specifically. But I think, I don't know if he also, there were a couple of changes that, having to do with the wind speed and the labeling issue. Also, there was a change to the area from structures that I think it was from 1 foot to 5 foot of the building foundation. There were a couple of little tweaks in here that needed to be made to make it more to make it a better bill. Let's put it that way. Representative Haskins.
The date certain is the same, is it not?
For the plans, I'm not
The
sure.
actual take effect on January 1st, 27?
Yeah, well, that was, but this says that the plans should be into effect. It's a tighter date.
Okay.
Representative Bixby?
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that the base position is not the amendment that Representative McDonald presented to us. It is the originally submitted bill. And both Representative McDonald's amendment and Representative Aaron's amendment are substantially better than the original bill. And so we do not want to, so, you know, if this amendment does not go forward, the fallback would be the original bill, and that is not good enough.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion? Then if not, then I would instruct the clerk to call the roll on adopting OTP on the amendment 2026-0465H to HB 1431FN.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Clerk votes no. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
No.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
No.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
The tally is 11-3. Motion. Oh, my apologies. My apologies. Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't even know you were there. I'm sorry. I thought you were absent. How long have you been here for?
5 minutes after
I was
supposed to.
Okay, my apologies. Representative Kenny
Yes.
and Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
Okay, the new tally is 13-3. Motion passes.
Okay. I would like to make a motion of OTPA for HB 1431. Representative Freeman seconds. And any discussion? Seeing none, then I would instruct the clerk to call the roll on OTPA for HB 1431.
Vice Chairwoman Aaron, Barber.
Yes.
I'm rusty too, everybody. Representative Comtois.
Yes.
Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Clerk votes no. Representative Scully.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Wheeler.
Nay.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
Total is 14-2. Excuse me. We are still missing a person. It's 13-2. Yeah, Sofakidis is missing. So it's 13-2. Motion passes. And for the last one, it wasn't 13-3. It was 12-3.
It was 12-3?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so OTPA motion is 13-2. And I don't believe this can go on consent because it's a,
I was just going to ask if you
I'm
could
not
go on
sure.
consent.
How much is the fiscal note?
well, the fiscal note would change because now the department is not going to have to do the work on it. So
Yeah, there's no fiscal note
So
now.
maybe we can put it on, I'll ask, let's say if we can put it on consent, then we can.
Depends on the two people voting
yeah.
voting no, saying that I have no objection with this.
I'm fine with consent.
Okay, thank you. And I will do the committee report on that since I made the motion. Well, thank you for that, everybody. And we can move on to HB 1086, prohibiting the sale of certain agricultural seeds treated with neonicotinoids. I believe that Representative Bixby, you have an amendment for that bill? Yeah. I'm going to pass this one this way.
Another amendment?
Oh, this is a different bill.
Hey, you want to be a clerk?
No, I don't.
Doesn't matter.
And by the way, I would like to thank Representative McDonald for bringing that bill in front of us for HB 1431. I appreciate his work on that. Representative Bixby, would you like to speak to this bill at all?
Sure. So I am very strongly in favor of banning seed coatings, neonic seed coatings on seeds that are commodity crops, and the real issue that seemed to come out in our hearings was that there's some question about supply chains for those seeds and whether there would be problems with yield, with crop loss if we moved from neonicotinoid seeds to other types of seeds. The reasons that I feel very strongly that they should be banned is that the putting the neonics into this treatments into the soil, even though it looks like a very, very small amount, they are also potent in a very, very small amount. So they are also very water soluble, which means that if you put a seed in a furrow, the coating on that moves with the water from irrigation, from rain, etc., throughout the field, throughout the growing layer of topsoil, into the water table, into the streams nearby, into the lakes nearby, and affects all of the arthropods, the insects and similar creatures in all of those environments. Those arthropods are critical for breaking down organic matter in soil to release more nutrients. They are critical for in water. They are critical for consuming the bacteria and phytoplankton that convert sunlight into living creatures, and in the water, what the fish feed on is the zooplankton, which are the ones that are most badly affected by the neonics. The neonics, the zooplankton also consume cyanobacteria, which if they aren't there consuming it, means that we have cyanobacteria blooms, which creates poisonous water, kills pets, makes swimmers sick, makes the lakes very unattractive for tourism. So there are many reasons that we want to ban neonics on seed treatments. However, if we look at the bill as presented, the date for for making it effective is 2029. That is 3 years from now, and there are some concerns that we don't have the language of the bill exactly right. And my feeling is that I would rather have the language of the bill exactly right. We have time to do that, which means that it makes sense to do a study committee to gather information. Do we need to add something to the bill that will require seed companies to offer seeds in the desired hybrids that are not coated or not coated with neonics? Do we need to make sure that they will offer seeds that are in desired hybrids that are coated with the other things that farmers want, like fungicides? So there are things that we might need to add to this bill in order to make it work effectively and make sure that the supply lines are right, which is why I have put together the study committee. It will look at data from Quebec in terms of all the effects of their in the ban they've had in place for 6 years, ranging from can the farmers get the kind of seeds they want, to are they ending up applying more pesticides, to how active is their waiver process, and then data from Cornell, which has been doing many metadata studies, collecting all of the information from around the world about how neonics work and putting that into a focused form, looking at the states of Vermont and New York and the province of Quebec, and looking at how they have worked with seed companies to make sure that the supply lines are going to be there, and looking at what the producers, dealers and producers are doing to make sure that farmers will have the seeds they want. So that's what the study committee is going to look at, and I think it will help us craft a better bill.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Representative Bixby. We do need to study this a little bit further. And by doing this, it's not going to change any timelines at all. And the big thing is if there are waivers, why are there waivers? What is it that the seed companies aren't offering that are having farmers get a waiver to use the neonics as an alternative? And I think it's important to also meet with various seed companies to discuss what they're using, because the alternative isn't always better. Sometimes it's worse, or sometimes the spray affects groundwater and the soil worse than what we're trying to mitigate. And I think it's really important to understand the complexities of that. So I support this.
Representative Minor, and then Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a question for Representative Bixby. I'm trying to understand, just moments ago, we voted on 1431 and you were in favor. And I'm trying to get my arms around why you're not in favor of, why you have an amendment to this 1086 bill.
Okay, so if the Board of Pesticide Controls had purview over neonic seeds, I would say yes. We'll have the BPC do the do the rulemaking on that. They don't have purview. Neonic seeds are not regulated by the EPA, so where they stand in terms of federal law is also a little bit trickier. So in order to do this ban, we need to do it in statute rather than in rule.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to clarify what you and Representative Comtois have said, and that is that this study will not delay the timing of the legislation and the beginning of the enactment of the legislation.
That's correct. So any bill that the study committee will come up with a recommendation for legislation for next term, and that legislation will have assuming that I get to write it, that legislation will have the same effective date as 1086.
Yeah. And I would assume it would be a more comprehensive bill as well.
Yes, I think we will cover more areas in terms of how this needs to fit into the supplies that the farmers need to get.
Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know RSA 300 so well, almost down to a T. I've got 2 books of the criminal code on my library at home. The 400s and the beautiful RSAs of environment and agriculture, I know them much less well. And so I am always a little hesitant and awkward in speaking because I don't want to go up against Representative Bixby and Representative Aaron, who have been on this committee significantly longer than I have and who know the interactions of the committee with the departments and other things. But I am not in favor of a study committee. And I think that I understand Representative Bixby's points about the study committee ending in 2026 or having its report ready by November 126. But I think relying on the potential of next term, the composition of the House, the composition of the Senate, the composition of the governor, I don't know if we can do that. You know, I mean, it might, yes, we might get more information than we already have. There's a Dartmouth study, I have it somewhere here in my pile of paper, that was passed out to the committee, and there's a whole host of other different bits of pieces of information from other states that have studied this extensively. And I think that, yep, there's edits that need to be made to the original bill in terms of, it says, or use any corn. I think that's confusing given the fact that sweet corn isn't affected by neonicotinoid seeds, and there are a few other clarifying amendments that I think need to be made. But yeah, I won't belabor it too much. I just believe that these are extraordinarily toxic substances that should be banned in any form whatsoever, and I don't frankly care what the Senate is going to do. Senator Pearl, God bless him, we'll deal with that when we get there. But I think that passing here in the House, as has been asked, a ban on neonicotinoid treated seeds is the right thing to do. But I, again, am always a little trepidatious to go up against people with as much stature as you both have.
Thank you, Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify something in terms of what seed gets coated. There are neonic coatings on most of the sweet corn, much of the sweet corn that is grown in the state. If you're growing it organically, no. But if you're growing it, many of the commercial sweet corn growers in the state do use neonics. The acreage of corn in that is treated in New Hampshire is roughly 50% sweet corn, 50% field corn. I don't remember the exact numbers from the Farm Bureau, but that was what it panned out. That's within like 3 or 4%, I think that's right. So sweet corn in New Hampshire is a large portion of it is in fact using neonic coated seeds. So that's, the fact that sweet corn doesn't change the treatment.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What Representative Wheeler said.
Okay.
Education and criminal justice. What are we doing here, Lisa? What are we doing here? There you go.
Okay. Representative Potenza. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I agree with Representative Wheeler, and I do, I don't want to say kicking the can down the road. I don't like that because I understand that this study is probably necessary to get the legislation through that we need. I think banning seed coatings is so important and in so many ways. I mean, we always say that we want to have, our food is so poisoned all over the place. I mean, it's unbelievable from, massive, big ag that are only giving. Here, you can only use these genetically modified crops or seeds is crazy, and we have to get away from that. And I just, I'm sad that we can't. I'm sad that we can't do both. I understand that we have to worry about the other side of the aisle and getting things through. I don't know what the right answer is. And I don't have confidence that we're going to be able to do something in 27. I don't.
So I'm going to add my 2 cents. I just think that the way in which the bill is written now doesn't take into account the reality of the supply chain right now and what's available for our farmers. And we can't just pull the rug out from under a lot of our farmers, for them to do this. So it makes sense for us, really, as much as I'm not a fan of study committees in general, but I think that it makes a lot of sense for, at least if we're going to come up with some sort of ban, that we do it in a very sensible, measured way, and that it does it in a way that is going to protect us all from whatever poisons and toxins are around us, but also to provide our farmers with the alternatives that they will need to deal with a ban. Representative Comtois and then Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I understand everyone's concerns about the neonic seeds. I do. But what I have found just through my journey in farming is that there are items that people think are better than certain products, and they end up being worse. And I think it's really important for us to understand what the alternative is, because if we're doing something, the alternatives aren't always better. And I think it's really incumbent on us as policymakers to make sure that we're not doing something, yeah, we're going to ban this, but then they say, okay, you've banned this, now this is what we're treating it with, and it becomes more toxic. And I think that's really important for us to understand. And the seed companies understand the landscape where people are now looking at the treatments and the pesticides that are being put on seeds and what's being put on plants. And they're becoming more cognizant that people want healthier food. So hopefully, with study committees and legislation and things like that, they'll start working to more healthier alternatives. But it's on us to make sure that the alternative isn't worse.
Representative Haskins and Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to my colleagues, for everyone who's worked on this sensitive issue. I think the date certain being 29, does that not allay some of the concerns about giving our farmers and the seed companies time to get the product off the shelf that's already on the shelf, and to work with us in terms of trying to take one of these toxic elements out of our soil? So I'm going to vote for the bill, and with great respect to my ranking member who knows so much more about this than I think I have to go with the original bill. Thank you.
Representative Wheeler, you had your hand.
I did, Madam Chair. I just, but I also realize now that it could be getting into a bit of an exchange back, and so I will waive off, I suppose. But I will,
Okay.
before doing so, just say that I don't entirely trust the seed companies and their want to make our food better or something along those lines. For 40 years, our food has been abjectly and objectively poisoned. Our land has been absolutely demolished and destroyed. And then we come back because the people are now finally upset about it, and we're going to say, oh, they all want to do something. Give me a break. That's what I say. They don't want to do something. They're just scared about statutory and legislative people going after them from poisoning us. But I got to hold myself back, Madam Chair. I get passionate. So.
Okay, that's Jonah waving on. Okay, Representative Bixby.
Ditto.
Okay, so I am also not someone who has a whole lot of trust in multinational seed companies that are now controlling a vast portion of our seed supply. However, I am also not sure that if we pass the bill, the original bill, unamended in any way, that there will be a seed supply that is the seed supply that is necessary for our farmers to get the seeds that they need in order to produce the crops they want. And one of the things I am concerned about is whether or not there is going to be enough of a market force from Quebec and New York to make sure that the seed suppliers have what they want. That the farmers have what they want from the seed suppliers. I think that it may be because those are fairly large markets, but I'd like to have more data on that. If there is a question about whether or not seed suppliers will be selling into New Hampshire what we need, I want to have it in statute that says they must do that. The current bill doesn't have that. So, and I don't think we can get the right amendment to do that without having the study committee. So the question is, do we just put a ban in place, which also that the original bill has a waiver process in it that could be very, very expensive, which could also create issues for even just the passage in the House. So do we want to go with that original bill, or do we want to work on a bill that will make sure that we have the supply lines that we need, in addition to saying we should not be using these seed treatments in our fields, and so that is my feeling on this. I don't see this as pulling back from banning these seed treatments. I see this as looking to what we need to do to the bill to make sure that it really works, to really ban them.
I would also say that having more data behind us and a study committee where we've gone through and maybe even teased out a better way of doing a waiver process would have a better chance, if that had a fiscal note attached to it, would have a better chance passing in a budget year as opposed to a non-budget year. So there's that to consider as well, that if this ban is in fact going to cost the state more money in one way, shape, or form, whether it's, needing more inspectors to go out or figure out, who gets a waiver or who doesn't, that kind of extra expense will not pass in this year, but has a better chance of passing in a budget year. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do agree with you about the seed companies, Representative Wheeler. But what I'm saying is that we're going to now look at what they're doing for the alternative. And so the alternative cannot be worse than what we're going to ban. And I think that's incumbent of us that we look at what the alternatives are also, because we don't want to do something and make things worse for everybody. I want to put them on notice that we're looking at healthier options, not, a substitute that's going to make things worse. Because if we're looking at what they're using as alternatives, we get to look at those ingredients and we get to see what they're doing to the groundwater and the soil, hopefully. And I think that's really important upon us. So I just wanted to make that statement.
Representative Gruber and then Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The original version of this bill had a very clear ban, but it had I would call a huge loophole with waivers. That's right. And a ban with waivers wide open, I don't want to vote for anything with loophole with that. This is a very serious problem. The Cornell studies, the Quebec studies, this is serious. New York and Vermont have passed bans effective 2029. I think we need to focus on 2029, but we need to have a bill that doesn't provide huge loopholes. And so the revised version, I think, I've heard, this is my second year here, but I've heard study committees are, like a dime a dozen, but this one I think is really needed. And as long as they report in time for us to introduce legislation for the next session, I think this is a stronger, so that we have a ban without loopholes going on forever, and we can actually know how to do this properly and join New York and Vermont in this process.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think part of the resistance here is that, as Representative Gruber said, study committees tend to be shallow graves for bills. It's a place to just put, to kill a bill. well, I think that a lot of people do feel like bills go there to die. I believe that this study committee is actually being formed in order to make a bulletproof bill to affect a ban that is well, bulletproof, you know, that will actually benefit the environment.
Representative Freeman, you had your hand up before. No, I'm sorry. Anyone else? Representative Germana and then Bixby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say very quickly, in my mind, this, we don't need a study committee for the science. The science is there. I think that what we need a study committee for, and we've heard this reflected in some other members' comments, is to get the right piece of legislation. In my mind, that's actually the principal purpose, as Representative Howard said, something bulletproof. So I'll support the study committee because I support the underlying bill, but we need to have the right piece of legislation.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so a couple of things. One is that we hadn't talked about execing this today, so I think that we probably need to move on to some other bills pretty soon. I'd also like to point out that since we had Tara from CSG here earlier at the beginning of the day talking about what they can do for us, I'd like to point out that Quebec, New York, and Vermont are all jurisdictions that are represented by the CSG, and the CSG might be able to give us some assistance in terms of teasing out some more information on this.
So, Representative Potenza.
Yeah, I just wanted to just put for the record, in addition to, if we're just talking about like New York and Vermont, there's 17 other states that actually have through, not just through statute, but like they're already doing this. They have certain bans, they have all of these things. So it's way more than just 2 states. I want that to be crystal clear here. There's been a lot of work that's been done in this. And again, I want to also go on the record to say that in China, they literally don't have pollinators anymore. They have pretty much made them extinct, and they're doing self-pollination. So, I mean, let's just look at that. I mean, we have, if we're going to kill off the whole ecosystem of how we produce food and all of that kind of stuff, it's pretty crazy at this point. So I just wanted to say that, and I'm going to vote for the study committee. I'm going to bite the bullet because because I believe in this committee and all of that, even though, I want a ban.
Representative Haskins and Scully then.
My colleague said it best. I should have brought a yo-yo to work today because I've gone back and forth on these bills. It's sort of, the principle gets me, and then the reality is we need a better bill. So, of course, I'm going to vote for the study committee because we need a better bill. Thank you.
Representative Scully.
Well, actually, I have a question for the chair. Sure. Is there a reason why we can't exec this today?
I was going to ask that of Representative Bixby. I think your study committee amendment is fine, and I'd be happy to entertain executing that bill.
Okay, sure. Let's go to town.
So, do I hear a motion? Yep. Representative Haskins.
I move we accept amendment to 186. The amendment is 0474H. Ought to pass. The bill ought to pass. The bill 1086 with amendment 0474H ought to pass.
We have to pass the amendment
No.
first. Pass the amendment first.
Just the amendment.
First.
Okay, forget the bill. The amendment. How long have I been in this committee? The amendment ought to pass 0474H.
Representative Comtois.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Do we need?
What the intent is.
Okay. Would we like any kind of? I think we've talked it to death, so no discussion.
I'd just like to mention, Madam Chair, that the Mason's manual is, I think, $20 on eBay. So.
Okay, thank you. All right. Then, seeing no other discussion on this bill, I would like the clerk to call the roll, please, for OTP on Amendment 0474H. adopt amendment for 20260474H onto HB 1086 FN.
Vice Chairwoman Barber.
Yay.
Representative Comtois.
Yes.
Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
No.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins. Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Wheeler.
Nay.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
The total is oh gosh.
The chair votes yes.
Okay. I just assumed that, you know. Yeah.
We're having too much fun.
Okay. The vote tally is 13-2. Motion passes.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
I move that we pass
OTPA
OTPA
on
as amended.
HB 1086.
HB, I left that out today, 1086.
Okay.
Did we get any of that? Should I try it again?
I'm Representative Comtois.
Far from perfect.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, Representative Comtois.
Thank goodness.
And I believe we've discussed this ad nauseum. So I instruct the the clerk to call the roll. Yeah.
Vice Chairwoman Barber.
Yay.
Representative Comtois.
Yes.
Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
No.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Wheeler.
Nay.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
Total is 13-2. Motion passes.
Can I recommend this for being on consent? Do the
No objection.
no objection? No objection. Okay, thank you very much. And now we can, and I appreciate everybody's work on this. Very, very important policies and. Yeah, and the committee report I'm going to need today. So Representative Haskins, would you be so kind as to write the committee report for this, since you made the motion? And I will do the committee report for the previous bill. Anyway, moving on to HB 1621, that we can discuss that. Requiring a baseline environmental impact study to be completed prior to development of certain manufacturing and storage facilities. And I believe that Representative Germana is working on something for this. Can
Yes,
give us
thank
an
you, Madam
update on that?
Chair, and I had a good long conversation with my colleague Representative Potenza last night about we need to work more on this and have something for the committee next week. Specifically, as folks will remember, the original bill was about square footage. We're trying to find a way to make that more precise, right? I mean, we have talked in the committee already about, we want it to be about the chemicals, the materials that are used in these processes. My first go at amendment, my thinking was, let's identify things that are already in statute as regulated substances. But I still think that that's too broad after having spoken with the department. So Representative Potenza and I would like to work on a way to narrow that further. That's one thing that we want to work on. The other is there was some discussion, a good discussion in the subcommittee last week about, would this affect small startups, a mom and pop, somebody who's trying to start up, for example, a wood shop, a furniture making business.
Or dry cleaner.
Right, exactly. I mean, a dry cleaner would not fall under either manufacturing facility or storage facility, but the key phrase here is industrial scale processing. And what we can do and work on, again, Representative Potenza and I have talked about this. I think that there is, well, I know that there is an OSHA standard for what industrial scale means. And that's probably what I would recommend to the committee. We'll take a look at it. And that has to do with the number of employees. So if it's a very small business, a person running it on their own, it's going to be by definition small scale. But if you're talking about 15, 20 employees, it's a more significant operation. So those are a couple of the aspects of the bill that we think still needs refinement.
Okay, thank you. Well, and I hope that you can bring an amendment to the committee that we can exec out on Tuesday. Yeah, I see hands up. So I invite you to work on in earnest and get an amendment to sent out to the committee early as possible for us to review as we come together next week. I'll represent Bixby, and then on this side we have Minor and Tenza? Yeah.
Okay, so I have scheduled a subcommittee work session for this for 9 o'clock next Tuesday morning, where we will be discussing hopefully the amendment that Representative Germana and Potenza are working on. And just looking at time, I think that's the place to do more of a discussion on it than right here.
Okay, perfect. Representative Minor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick question. I'm trying to get an understanding as to why square footage comes into play. I mean, a company, let's say the size of this room, could be using toxic chemicals that would be as hazardous as someone in a 25,000 square foot facility.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Minor. Yeah, that's why we changed it. The original bill was square footage, and we've moved away from that to focus on use.
Oh, thank you.
And now we're trying to refine what use means.
I wasn't clear on that. Thank you.
Representative Potenza?
Thank you, Representative Germana, for clarifying that. And also, I think defining, I think that's what in our conversations that we've had is really clear. And I'm going to talk with the department again to make sure that we have that dialed in. Keywords with the manufacturing industrial piece, whether it's already solid through OSHA and all of those types of things, that it's pretty specific when it's really talking about certain manufacturing or storage that is in the space, well known. That permitting is completely different and separate than someone that is looking to put up a small mom and pop business and all of that kind of stuff. Those things are already solid through DES, through the conversations that I've had with them. So I really do believe that we can pull this forward, and we will do it as soon as possible.
Representative Scully?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I did sit on the subcommittee. I am gratified and that the members of the committee do not want to have an unintended consequence, which would be to catch up some of these small startups and make it really onerous for them to be able to be created. It's ironic because originally I was kind of against the square footage thing because I thought it was totally arbitrary, but in some respects that did separate the small startups from the big boys. Nobody's starting up their little mom and pop in a 50,000 square foot facility. If you can find some provision that would, it could be based on numbers. If you're coming in and, hiring 20 people, that's a whole different scale. And so I hope you will look at that when you're thinking about crafting your amendment. The only other thing I would ask too is to consider that there are some areas in New Hampshire that are much more environmentally sensitive than others. And I just want you to consider the concept that less scrutiny may be necessary if you're building in the middle of an industrial park with sanitary water and sewer than if you're putting it on the edge of a wetland or right next to a pristine lake or something like that, and whether that should also be considered. So that's my 2 cents. I know you're going to try to make a good faith effort, and I appreciate your working on this.
Okay, Representative Wheeler?
And just to add on to what Representative Potenza and Scully said as a member of the subcommittee as well, I think that we are in a really good place to get this Representative Perez's fantastic piece of legislation in a place where it can actually work for the legislature. And I'm fully supportive of making it such that we deal these companies, if you're going to be manufacturing the products that are illustrated and outlined in the bill, should go through some kind of baseline environmental study. And as was said by the lobbyist who came to testify before the subcommittee, who brings good information, but was talking about the fact that this is already done in some other private phase of environmental study. We had really good discussion about the fact that that private phase, you know, all these different acronyms I'm trying to remember, I don't remember them very well, but that private phase of environmental baseline study was less so than what we have here, and them in tandem, the two in tandem, the public and the private studies that get done on these environmental impacts of the potential facilities works across the country to provide a really solid environmental protection for whatever facility is being brought in. So I think if we can find that trigger that Representative Scully is looking for to protect mom and pop businesses, whether it's employees or something along those lines, specific manufacturing products, that I think that we'll be able to get something across the
Okay,
line.
well, I look forward to what the subcommittee discusses next week. Moving on to HB 1622, requiring the state to develop additional solid waste disposal capacity. I believe Representative King, you were working on that with your subcommittee. Have you come up with any kind of update for us?
Yeah, I'm gonna hand the football over to Representative Jumana, who looks like he's handing out an amendment right now, and I'm sure he'll want to talk to that. The one who got an email, right? Yes.
Thank you, Representative King. So we, coming out of our study committee meeting, we decided to take an approach to the bill that gets at the main goals that we've been going for. The purpose is to have the first part of the bill be the statement of, this is the correct one, yes, a statement regarding the development of brownfields, for example, over greenfields, right? Brownfield expansions and developments over greenfields. So you can see that here in statement of purpose. This has been taken from legislation that we've all seen before. There's a mistake here in this amendment, so it's going to have to be fixed. Paragraph 2 needs to be removed. That was the part that would have the department come up with the more complete list of sites, and somebody would have to show that they none of those sites work for them before they can get a permit. That is actually should be replaced by number 3. And what we do here in section 3 is to create a priority system so that DES, in consideration of applications, has to put expansions first, and then brownfields, and then only when there are no applications going through the process would they be able to consider a greenfield expansion. And I also specifically want to point out to members, for example, page 1, line 26, in its consideration of applications for landfill capacity in the state, the Department of Environmental Services shall give first preference to expansions where appropriate, in accordance with existing statutes and rules, and this is important, and consistent with existing municipal agreements.
Okay.
So that existing agreements cannot be overridden by the state. And then it goes on to talk about the other exemption, the other priorities. And then if you look at the end, starting page 2, line 9, this is something that came up with our discussion with Director Wimsat to have DES include in their biennial solid waste reports, in addition to existing capacity at current operating landfills, the department shall report on potential future capacity for these operations in the event of future expansion. So it's not only what's there, but to say what is potentially there for future expansion, so we have an idea. Now, I know we're running low on time, so I apologize for having to add this part. One of the things that I think we may want to consider adding to this is, as colleagues who were, well, it was just last year, right? We had HB 215, had to do with net public benefit. And one of the concerns about our current public benefit standard, has to do with that notion of capacity need. Well, if someone puts in an application, say for a greenfield development, and looking out over the next 20 years, there is just 1 year of need over those 20 years. That could meet the capacity need requirement. That could be public benefit. But do we need to permit a new greenfield landfill to get 1 year out of 1 year of capacity? So what we put in HB 215 was a clause that said that an application for a new facility must meet capacity need for at least half the lifetime of that permit, right? So it's a 20-year permit. 1 year isn't going to be sufficient of need. 2 years isn't, right? You would have to demonstrate that at least half of that 20-year permitted time is required in order to meet that public benefit standard. And I think that if we added that to this, which this committee has already endorsed in 215, it would make this a stronger bill.
Representative Comtois?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for you on page 2, line 6. One of the things that we talked about was the department shall compile a list of all existing landfills in operation and all known closed landfills. The question was, when you say all known, does that mean they have to go into their archives 30 years ago to look at a landfill that is now a development? I have concerns about that because that land can never be used for a landfill because it's already being used for something else. So could you clarify that, please?
Thank you very much, Representative. Director Wimsatt didn't suggest that language was problematic. I am open. I hear what you're saying. And the purpose, as you can see in the next line, we were trying to make it as easy for the department. So we said the department shall use tools at its disposal to determine the best of its ability. So I hear what you're saying, and I can ask the director if there is a better way to say that. He didn't raise it as a concern.
Okay, because we did discuss that, and they did mention concerns. We know that Representative Potenza was able to do a quick search and list a lot of it that doesn't take any time. So I think the wording needs to be a little bit more flexible so that they don't spend time and need to ask for additional personnel to dig through archives and things like that. That is just my thoughts.
Yes, thank you. And as I say, I agree. And I will ask the director if there's a more precise way that we can word that.
Representative Potenza?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree. I agree, Representative Comtois. I mean, I've already had conversations with the department specifically about this. I don't want any fiscal note. I want them using whatever they have at their discretion. Basically, you know, if this could take an extra week's time to put together from what they already are pulling. Let's just say if we're, because I talked to him specifically about this. When you're putting a list together, there's going to be data that you're going to, let's just say if it's a spreadsheet, there's going to be a column that's going to be automatically read out that just says, so if it's just, because some of this is historical purposes, right? So if it was a previous landfill that now has an industrial site on it, that's obviously going to be redlined. But it could still be in the list. But I'm just saying it, you know, that's going to be a clarifier. So that's what I talked to him about, and he had no issue with that at all. If we wanted to get more specific, we did talk about that too. I know Representative Germana had that conversation with him. We could just be looking at, there's a technical term about the certain, a certain type of landfill. We could use that too. I just think it's kind of nice to know the landscape of what they do have and what they don't have. And I think those can be very easily qualified. So
I'm going to move on because clearly this amendment is going to require some more work. And I trust Representative Germana will will do that necessary work and bring us an amendment that we can exec out next week. So I'm going to move along. HB 1274 relative to dog licenses. That was, I believe, Representative Dargy's bill. And I don't believe that there was going to be any amendments on that, Representative Bixby?
Yeah, so my feeling is that Representative Dargy's bill does exactly what needs to be done with returning the dog license fees to where they were before. And I think it's important that we correct this mistake we made last term. And I would be happy to see this exec now if we don't have any further discussion.
Yeah. I am in agreement with that. Any further discussion on this bill, HB 1274? And if we do have discussion, we have to do it quickly. No? All right, well, seeing none, I entertain a motion. Who?
Barbara gonna do this one?
Mm-mm.
Or?
No?
Oh, no, okay, sure, I'll move it. So I move OTP on HB 1274.
Representative Howard?
I second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Just that we're trying to right a wrong, and we recognize that this will raise dog licenses by 25 cents, but it will correct the problem where this is a 25-cent deficit for our municipalities. And until we can go through and look at the entire section of dog and cat licensure and all of that, which was the next bill we're going to discuss, I think that this is a fix that needs to be made, and I will support it. So no, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to make a note that the effective date is July 1st, so it's after all the dog licenses of this year. So the remaining, for folks, I believe that we register our dogs by April 30th or May 1st, I believe is the date in the state. I don't know if that's for all municipalities, but it is for mine.
I believe it's standard.
So Representative King, as clerk, I direct you to call the roll on motion of OTP for HB 1274.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
No.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
Total is 14-1. Motion passes.
Okay, Representative, do we want to put this on consent if we can?
If
you
Representative
don't
Scully
mind.
is amenable.
I will agree to consent at this
Thank
time.
you.
This time.
Okay, and Representative Bixby would write the committee report, please? All right, thank you. Okay, moving along to HB 1153 relative to dog license fees and establishing a committee to study New Hampshire statutes relative to cats and dogs. And I believe you have an amendment.
I passed it around last week. Find my copy of it, so I can get the number off it.
Okay.
Would you like the number, Representative Bixby? It is 2026-0288H. 0288H.
So I would like to move, okay,
So you want to
Would you-
talk about your amendment?
sure. So I think we talked about this briefly last week. I can just review it. What the amendment, so my bill had a correction to the licensing fees and a proposal for a study committee. When I compared my licensing fee fix to Representative Dargy's, which we just passed, I recognized that I had left out a couple of things that he caught, so I said we should go with his, which means that we don't want the one that was in my bill. So what my amendment does is it just removes the section that had the license fee fix, and it sets up a study committee to look at the chapter of RSAs that deals with cats and dogs, which, because it is so badly written, it caused a number of experienced legislators last term to put in a license, a minor change of where 25 cents goes. It caused us to make an error that cost our municipalities money. So with that kind of bad language in the chapter, I would like to go through the chapter and fix it. I was made aware of other sections of that chapter by constituents that are also problematic. I would like to get the department and representatives from the municipal clerks in to help us figure out what they don't use, what's outdated, what is just confusing, so we can just fix it all without making policy changes, just making sure that what's there is clear. So that's the purpose of the study committee, so I hope that people support that.
Thank you, Representative Bixby, and I do intend to support that. Again, as much as I'm not a real fan of study committees, but I think this is really necessary because those statutes are really kind of messy and need some scrutiny, just as much as we have looked at other parts of statute and cleaned them up in the past couple of years. And I think that this is something that really needs to be done. So I will be supporting that. And if there's no other discussion, I would like to entertain a motion.
I will move ought to pass on HB 1153 and move to adopt amendment 2026-0288H.
Do I hear a second, Representative Comtois?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, I direct the clerk to call the roll on OTP for amendment 0288H on HB 1153.
Yes.
Vice Chairwoman Barber.
Yes.
Representative Comtois.
Yes.
Representative Kenny.
Yes.
Representative Potenza.
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
No.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully.
Yes.
Representative Minor.
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Haskins.
Aye.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Wheeler.
Yay.
Representative Gruber.
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
Total is 14-1. Motion passes.
I would like to move OTPA with amendment 2026-0288H on HB 1153.
Okay, Representative Comtois.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, I direct the clerk to call the roll for OTPA on HB 1153.
One moment, please.
Sure.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
No.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes,
Total is 14-1. Motion passes.
thank you. And may we put this on consent, Representative Freeman? Thank you. All right. Okay, thank you very much for that. And we will move on now to HB 1602, creating a safe battery recycling stewardship program. And I know Representative Freeman, you were working with Representative Ebel on coming up with an amendment for this bill?
Lisa.
Okay.
And Representative Germana has.
Okay. Okay. We pass this along?
Thank you.
Yep. And Representative Freeman, would you like to elaborate on what this amendment would say? I'm not sure that we would exec this today. Representative Bixby, what's your thoughts on that?
Depends on how much discussion there is. I mean,
Okay.
If people feel that it needs to be discussed at length, then maybe we should put it off. If it looks like we are convinced that it doesn't need a whole lot of discussion, I'd be happy to exec it today, but
Okay.
If warranted, I would like Representative Ebel to
Sure.
be able to speak to
Absolutely.
the.
Representative Ebel, would you like to come up to the microphone and go over the salient points that this amendment brings to us?
There were numerous concerns, and Representative Ebel is so incredibly knowledgeable on this, much more than I am. Much more.
I don't know. So when I was here before, for the record, my name is Karen Ebel. I represent Merrimack District 7, New London and Newbury. And I'm also the chair of the New Hampshire Solid Waste Working Group. And it's in the capacity that I brought this bill forward. When I was here before, I don't know if you still have your files, but I passed out a suggested amendment and I went through sort of the beginning of it. The guts of what's going on here is the primary discussion with respect to independent collection of batteries. It's on the second page of the side by side. And if you want me to be succinct, that's why I'm starting. That's why I'm starting here. So if you go to page 5, line 27, that's where this starts. So just to understand, let's reset here a little bit. The way these programs work, battery stewardship organizations, folks that want to be a battery stewardship organization, have to submit a plan to DES that had the text of which is outlined, or the guts of which is outlined in the bill, what the requirements are. Battery stewardship organizations are required to collect all bills, all batteries for free, and then to send them on for recycling. There are battery recyclers such as Redwood, who you heard from, who want to pursue this on an independent basis. This bill does allow for that to go forward, but in order for that to go forward, there has been a discussion between the producers, which is the PRBA, Mark Bullish was here, the Call to Recycle, which is the primary battery stewardship organization, and the independent collectors. The challenge is that as an independent collector,
if you don't have to do anything that the battery stewardship organizations have to do, it's kind of not a level playing field. So that's part of the reason that there have been negotiations about it. This amendment, while no one speaks for Redwood, I know that there have been discussions, and my belief is what we have here is a really good step forward to answer some of the independent collectors' concerns. I would say the primary one being, and don't forget, they collect for a fee, not for free. But the primary one being that if the independent collector collects batteries on its own, the way it was originally set up, they had to turn over all the batteries to the Battery Stewardship Organization. That was where this term material forfeiture came from, that you may recall from the previous discussions. As negotiated by those parties and as represented in this bill, the independent collector no longer is required to turn all the batteries over to the Battery Stewardship Organization. They can keep what they collect on a fee basis, but if they only want the lithium batteries and they have collected all these other things, they can turn all those batteries for recycling over to the Battery Stewardship Organization. And there's no money changing hands unless they reach an agreement. So that's the primary, I think, from my perspective, that is a way that we can level the playing field for the parties concerned. So that's what's in here. The other thing that is in, and that's on line 35 to 37, the person receives no compensation for the Battery Stewardship Organization for the batteries that they collect. The other part that's in here, because it's really important for a battery recycling and stewardship program to understand what's being collected by weight and where, and to set sort of parameters for the whole thing. It's only fair that if an independent collector is going to be collecting these things, that they also provide information to the department that a battery stewardship organization is required to provide. I mean, that's really the biggest part of it as far as the independent collectors are concerned. The only other thing that is in here is there's some clarifying changes on what the battery stewardship plan looks like as it goes to the department, and some materials that I had gotten from Redwood. They asked for some definitional changes. I added the word battery recycler, battery material refining. There's some other definitions in here, but otherwise the overall scope of the program is as we originally discussed. And I want to note that I also worked with the Retailers Association. They did have one. Because collection sites are, their participation is optional, my understanding is that they will remain neutral on the bill. The only thing that they requested is on page 6, line 15. They just said if there are other stewardship programs that overlap with this at some point down in the future, nobody has to comply with duplicative requirements.
Okay, thank you. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple things. One, it's my understanding that we need this legislation because of antitrust laws. Is that correct?
Yes.
And could you explain why?
Okay, so you know, I'm a lawyer. I guess I could take the hit for this in some ways, but not that I'm asking. But in all of the product stewardship plans that I'm aware of, and I've looked at them for different types of product, battery, mattresses, you name it. If you want the producers to get together to operate one of these programs, they necessarily have to be talking together and working together. And so in an abundance of caution, their lawyers have told them that one of the things that's necessary is to have a waiver from the antitrust laws. Now, Will somebody sue them someday for the antitrust laws? I mean, who knows? But they're not comfortable going forward with a program like this without some sort of waiver.
Representative Comtois, follow up.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple of more things. One, you said something about on a fee basis. Can you,
Yes.
that, and the other thing is what is going to be the cost to municipalities for this?
Okay. All right. That's a little long answer, Madam Chair. So let's just talk about what's going on right now. There are, you're not supposed to dispose of a lithium battery in the trash, right? Other batteries, it's optional. A lot of people still bring their batteries to the recycling center. So,
Or the transfer station.
or the transfer station, sorry. Yeah, I have a transfer station too. So the thing is, Call to Recycle, which is the primary battery stewardship organization that, we don't actually have one yet, but they're the primary collection folks in the state. They had been providing to municipalities collection boxes for all batteries for free. And I would say in the last, I don't know if it's quite a year, but in the last quite some time, they've stopped providing them for free. So now at the time that we have the battery disposal for lithium batteries that has gone into place, at the same time, not related, but at the same time, Call to Recycle said that they can't be collecting these batteries for free anymore. And so if you're going to use them or some other collection organization, the municipalities are having to pay to dispose of these batteries. So that's step one. So if you put a battery stewardship program into place and you authorize the producers and you waive the antitrust laws, but if you authorize the producers who are coming here willingly asking for these bills, if you authorize them to go forward to participate in a battery stewardship program, there is a cost to recycling. They included in the costs of their bazillions of batteries all across the country. So it's not like there's going to be a targeted cost for New Hampshire specifically. All these costs are already, there's several states that are already doing this. In the cost of the batteries, the cost of recycling is already included. Now, keep in mind that these are incredibly valuable minerals. And so some of that cost is offset, right, by lithium and all that. That's why there's a big squabble over who can collect lithium, because that's like super valuable. So then you have people like Redwood that are independent collectors. They've been collecting lithium and they're interested in processing that lithium themselves. But if all the lithium goes to just one group for a fee, a lot of the valuable materials that a battery stewardship organization could be collecting aren't as available to them, which can affect the overall cost of recycling. So that's a long answer, but that's so the other point that I think needs to be made, if you have the original bill, please look at the fiscal note. There is no money directly going to the state. There's no tax, there's nothing. The other point is, if we don't participate in this program, half or more of the states in this country are probably going to be participating. Their recycling charges are going to be internalized by these companies, and everybody's going to be paying, and we're not going to get the benefit because the collection would be free once this is in place.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess the question, right, I understand about the cost being incurred already in the batteries and everything else. So what you're saying is if this program goes into place, the collection sites, it'll be free of charge to municipalities and the person.
And at retailers.
And-
It'll be
Okay.
free to everybody for the collection. But if you have an independent collector that wants to make an arrangement to have a box that costs money. If you choose to bring your batteries to a collection box where there's a fee, that's your choice.
Okay. And one
Yep, one
one
more.
last, thank you.
One more.
So I understand about the antitrust laws, so the companies can talk. Now, can they, and I understand this has to do with commerce and interest, all of this. But my concern is they're all getting together, they're discussing about their collection of the batteries, which I don't have any issue, I understand this. But where are those minerals going to stay? Are they going to stay in the US or are they going to be exported? And I have a real concern about that.
Right.
So,
Okay, so actually Representative Freeman and I have talked about this because obviously if we're taking these things in, we want them here. So what I did was, well, you have to go back to the point that these are like lithium, cobalt, there's all these minerals that are incredibly valuable. And a lot of them, we actually, even if we mine, we don't have that many of them here. We need them, right? So what I was talking about before was that if China and whomever is importing massive amounts of stuff that we're buying, that was in those charts that we've got, that have all these materials in them, and we need them, we recycle it out, we use it for our own purposes. So I looked on several sites, Redwood site, thank you Redwood, I'm sure they're watching, Redwood site, I looked at several other sites, I talked to Mark Bullish at PRBA. They're not going to take those minerals and send them back to China again. Now, I can't guarantee that in commerce, we don't make products that use those minerals that we don't sell back out to China, but that's free enterprise. That's the, well, but the other thing is that's the free economy. If it's benefiting our country and our economy, I mean, we can't say, oh, well, anything that you recycle from China, you can't put in a product that goes back there. I mean, at some level, you want them to buy stuff from us.
Representative Comtois, that's what I was talking about when I said commerce as opposed to antitrust. Because when Representative Ebel and I discussed that last night, we would not be able to usurp U.S. commerce law by saying we can't sell anything with these rare minerals to China. So that was what I was referencing.
right. So I understand about free enterprise. I just wanted to make sure that our U.S. companies had the minerals that they needed to produce the product in the U.S., not sending those minerals outside of the U.S. That was my concern.
Well, and that's why, I mean, again, I keep coming back to Representative Freeman. I'm really glad she asked this question because, of course, the fire safety and all that is incredibly important. But if you look at our strategic supply chain, which is the point that you're making, we need all these things. And what I also saw on the websites is that we at this point only have about 15% or only 15% of the batteries that we have are we recycling. And if our country needs these things, why are we throwing them away? So the point is, and actually there was an article, thank you to Mike Norick, about recycling and how New Hampshire in a general way isn't doing as well as we should be. What levers do we have to help better recycling? This is like a perfect way of doing it that I think supports our country. It feels patriotic to me, and we save landfill space. I mean, it just hits on every cylinder.
I'd like to point out, Representative Ebel,
anyway.
I don't know if you saw this, but yesterday President Trump signed an executive order that he wants to stockpile all precious minerals at this point because he does understand the supply chain issues that we had in the past, also that we need it for our own defense. So that executive order was signed yesterday. So this would kind of reinforce the idea of us not selling out to other countries. It's ours first. And then what we don't use, potentially maybe we'll sell. So that just got signed yesterday, and I saw that this morning. I was like, whoopee.
Well, it's really a timely discussion, and I think, again, we can't mine our way out of this.
Okay.
It makes a lot more sense to do it this way.
Representative Germana, you had your hand up, and I think we can move quickly on this because
Yes.
we have
Yeah,
several
thank you.
other things to go
I just
through.
wanted to point out so the committee knows that over this last weekend, Representative Ebel had to travel for a family funeral. And the whole time she was in communication with Representative Freeman and myself.
Yeah.
She was talking to the PRBA people. She was talking to the Redwood people. She made a number of changes to incorporate concerns of the Redwood folks. And as I said, she did that all weekend on the road, family funeral, visiting family. So thank you very
Yes,
much.
thank you very much. And-
Yeah, I'd
and-
love to reiterate that as
well,
well.
and
The
for
amount.
me-
Thank you
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
much. I personally, I would urge the committee to adopt this amendment.
Yeah.
I think it's in quite good shape, and
Yeah.
I think this would be something New Hampshire could be proud of. So.
And I am absolutely in favor of this amendment as written, and I would entertain that we move forward with it and exec this today if we like.
Absolutely.
Madam Chair,
Representative Scully?
I do want to have one. I do want to have one question answered,
Sure.
please, before we,
Yes,
if we're going to
absolutely.
take this
Go
to a
ahead.
vote. All right, thank you. So regarding the battery stewardship program, you said that anybody who wants to participate has to submit a plan. And then they also have to reimburse the department for the full costs and everything else. So are we creating a barrier to entry for somebody who wants to get into the business of battery recycling? I mean, how big a hurdle is that? Is it $50,000 chip you got to throw to get in the game, or?
I think that so if you look, first of all, let's just say anybody who wants to be a battery stewardship organization can be one. But if you're going to establish a plan that's going to cover the whole state, it stands to reason that it has to be an effective plan. Otherwise, it's just not going to work for us. So what needs to happen is somebody at least has to oversee the plan as it's set up in here to make sure it's operational for our people. We want it to be convenient, and we want to make sure that there are collections. So if you adopt a bill like this, you have to pass some rule, and it costs the agency something to, produce the rule. And then if you want to work, if there are battery stewardship organizations or people that want to serve as them, you have to have somebody just overseeing it to make sure that it goes along with what we want a battery stewardship organization to be. And so there will be some sort of application fee, yes. I should doubt it's $50,000. That was just the very rough estimate that the agency came up with for an annual to start up the rules and to just oversee the program. In the ideal world, this thing just, we get the plan going and it operates. I just want to say that the primary battery stewardship organization that is already extremely experienced in New Hampshire and is working nationally, they have a plan that they're already operating under in a lot of states. It's not going to be a barrier to anybody to have to just put in some fee to have their application reviewed. This is written in a way that people that want to be battery stewardship organizations, they can be, but they do have to comply like anything with some sort of requirements. Otherwise, why are we doing this? We have to have it done in the right way. Does that help you?
Yes, I guess I don't want the barrier to be too high that we're trying to exclude people out and have a very small club that gets to do something like that.
No, and I agree with you. I mean, I think that what we need to do is get the best program we can get for the state of New Hampshire, and if that means more players, then, I would welcome that, because the more players you have, the more batteries you can collect.
All right. Do I hear a motion for?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move ought to pass on Amendment 2026-04058H.
Any second?
Second.
Second.
Representative Germana seconds. And I think we've discussed this, so I'd like to have the clerk call the roll on OTP for Amendment 2026-04058H onto HB 1602.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler appears to be missing. Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
Okay, the total is 14-0. Motion passes.
Okay, do I hear a motion for OTPA?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move ought to pass on House Bill 1602 FN with amendment.
Second.
Second, Representative Germana. And direct the clerk to call the roll if there's no discussion.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Gruber,
Yes. Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
14-0. Motion passes.
Okay. And I would like to put that on consent if we can. Not sure that, these early bills can, I have to check with them, but if we can, let's put it on consent. And committee report for this from Representative Freeman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I live for it.
Okay, yeah. I would like it by the end of today. Yeah, we did. Yeah, that was Peter Bixby. All right, so the next bill, we have, and I know we're kind of running a little late now because we're supposed to open a hearing, but I want to get through at least the next couple of bills that are on our plate here for this work session. HB 1789 relative to extended producer responsibility. I would actually like to exec this bill now as an ITL, and only because I feel that this particular bill tries to eat the elephant all at once. And we have been doing some of these stewardship programs, in measured manner, taking into consideration that every single different industry is different, not one size fits all. And I think that the way that we are doing some of these recycling programs makes a lot of sense. And therefore, my intention would be to ITL this bill. Representative Bixby.
So I think that extended producer responsibility is an important tool for dealing with waste. And at the same time, this particular bill is constructed in a way that just really won't work in New Hampshire. And I would like to see us develop a better bill. My inclination would be towards interim study. However, I don't think that the difference between interim study and ITL is particularly big. Even if we ITL this, we do have the option of doing an ad hoc study if the committee chooses to do that. So I will be going along with the chair on this.
Okay, any other discussion on this? I would like to, Representative Comtois.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to ITL 1789-FN.
Okay. Second from Potenza. And I would like the clerk to call the roll on that.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
Vote is 14-0. Motion passes.
Can we put that on consent?
Yeah.
Okay, consent. Thank you very much. Moving along to HB 1511, relative to the membership of the Agriculture in the Classroom Committee. And I believe Representative Barber has an amendment for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I have an amendment, amendment 0472. This is based on a request by Rob Johnson from the New Hampshire Farm Bureau. The original bill was to remove the Granite State Dairy Promotion from the list of advisors to the classroom, I'm sorry, to the Agriculture in the Classroom program. Mr. Johnson suggested that we make that a broader replacement. So it is replacing, adding in the New Hampshire dairy industry as appointed by the governor. So it's simply a change of line F to include that. Very simple amendment.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, is there a reason that it will be appointed by the governor rather than by the commissioner?
Thank you for that question. Actually, all of the other representatives on that committee have been appointed by the governor, so it would be awkward. Plus, I believe that the commissioner is on the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion about this particular bill and its amendment? It's pretty straightforward, a little bit of housekeeping. Granite State Dairy is defunct, and
For the record, I only have one more motion sheet. that I can
Okay.
write on, so I wouldn't be able to do an amendment and the bill.
okay, would you like to go out and grab another one?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, we'll
If you
take
wait a
take
moment.
take one little break here for Representative King to get the paperwork that he
Are we gonna
needs.
do any more? Or-
And maybe one or two.
Okay.
Seth, can you grab me one?
You wanna-
So
Yeah.
let's
Got more.
hang on for a sec. Hold the phone.
Who moved and seconded the, do we have that?
Which one?
Have we moved the amendment yet?
Okay. If there are any members from Environment and Agriculture in the hallway, please take your seats. Okay, I'm looking for Freeman, Scully. Germana is here. Wheeler is not here. Anybody see Representative Scully? Okay. Yeah, okay. Anybody see Representative Minor? Can you just run out and check and see if Representative Scully's on the way? Nowhere in sight. Okay. Well, we'll wait one more minute. Okay. All right, Representative Barber, why don't you, you already talked about your amendment, correct? Okay. And so what we're doing is, with this amendment, we would be eliminating the Granite State Dairy Promotion Person from the Agriculture in the Classroom Committee and replacing it with New Hampshire Dairy Industry Person appointed by the governor. And so I just don't, I wish Representative Scully was here.
We know what the.
Well, okay, no, I just, you know, don't want him to miss a vote, but.
If he's back in the middle of the vote, will he be able to participate?
No.
If he's not here when it's moved, he can't, but if he comes in after we, like when we're voting on the amendment, he can then vote on the full.
He can vote on the bill.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, Representative Barber, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion of OTP ought to pass on Amendment 2026-0472H.
And Representative Howard, seconds. And I guess we don't have much discussion on this. I don't see any. So I direct the clerk to call the roll on this amendment.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby.
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
Vote is 13-0. Motion passes.
Okay. And do I hear a motion for OTPA?
Yes, I'll make a motion for OTPA on House Bill 1511.
Do I hear a second? Representative Howard. Okay, I don't see we have any discussion. So Representative King, would you call the roll on OTPA for HB 1511?
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
Vote is 13-0. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. And can we have that on the consent calendar? Okay, thank you. All right, maybe we can do a quick discussion on the remaining three bills. HB 1053, establishing a study committee to determine if and how the Department of Agriculture could receive electronically submitted pesticide use reports. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be discussing with Director Russo on the exact language to protect the privacy on farmers, so I'll have to bring an amendment next week.
Okay, so we'll look at that next week. HB 1780, increasing penalties for persons violating laws relative to the sale of seeds, plants, and nursery stock. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're in discussions. We noticed that after discussing things with relative parties and Director Wyman being involved, we're going to be working on this to make sure that our labeling laws are done up correctly to help prevent some of these violations and come up with the definition of habitual offender. So we will need more time, and this is not an early bill, I don't believe. Thank you.
You are correct. Okay, so I look forward to seeing some sort of amendment next week.
I think that's it. That on that bill, it's going to take a little bit more time.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Well, we can have it part of a work session next week then.
Thank you.
HB 1254, defining biostimulants, plant regulators, and nutritional chemicals and vitamin hormone products. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move ITL on this bill. Apparently, it is not ready for prime time, and I would just like to move. I think ITL is the appropriate motion at this time.
Representative Bixby.
So I was thinking that either ITL or doing a significant amendment, and I think that there doesn't seem to be any urgency for this, so we can do a bill next term that will cover the territory, but right now we don't need to work on it, so I would go along with an ITL.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to ITL House Bill 1254.
I will second that.
Okay, Bixby seconds. Okay, any discussion on that? No, and so I direct the clerk to call the roll on ITL motion for HB 1254.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
Motion 14-0. Motion passes.
Okay, we can put that on consent calendar. Okay, thank you. And Representative Comtois, again, I need you to write a committee report for that. So you are on the hook for that one, and 1789, and I think that's it. Okay, yes, I would like committee reports turned into me today, this evening, if possible. Email them to me, and I'd be happy for that. And now what I'd like to do is, we are running late, but we can still certainly have open our hearing for HB 1157, which is relative to licensure as pet vendor. And here to introduce the bill to us is Representative Bixby.
For the
Sorry for
record-
running late.
For the record, Peter Bixby from Dover, Stratford 13. And this bill was a request from the department. So the currently pet vendors need to, anyone who is selling pets as defined in statute needs, if they are selling more than a certain number for cats and dogs, that's 30. For other animals, it's somewhat varied. It depends on the type of animal. So anyone who's selling more than 30 of those animals needs to be licensed as a pet vendor. And the department discovered that there was a problem, that some people found a loophole. So if you have mom and dad and 3 teenage kids, and each of them sells 25 pets, that does not violate the law, even though they're all working out of the same household. Which means that that household would be selling 125 pets as opposed to, which is more than double what the previous limit of 50 was, as opposed to the current limit of 30. I'm not sure that 30 is the correct limit. I did not vote in favor of changing it from 50 to 30 before, but since it is now 30, we should be able to enforce that law as appropriately. And any change in that needs to happen through statute, not through workarounds that people discover as loopholes. So what this bill does is it basically says that the household that no physical facility used by multiple people, firms, or other entities when the combined number of animals exceeds 30 dogs, 30 cats, 30 ferrets, or more, 30 ferrets, or 50 birds or other animals, unless one of the people is licensed as a pet vendor. So basically that closes the loophole. So the limit is based on the physical facility. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, Representative Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for answering my question. It talks about the number of animals transferred, but there's not a time frame. Is that transferred per year, I presume? Or?
Yes, it
I think
is
we
an
should probably have
annual
a
amount.
Time frame. If
Yes,
it's not
and that annual, the fact that it's annual is indicated, I believe, elsewhere in statute.
Okay, thanks. It wasn't certain.
Okay. Any other questions for the prime sponsor, Representative Comtois?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at one point it was 50 or more dogs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do we know why it was changed to 30?
Well, because the Senate put it in the budget. In, I believe it was 2018. It might be, I think it was 2018.
Yes, it was I agree. I'm very aware of that particular amendment. We also did away with hobby farmers or hobby pet people at that time. Do you think that was reasonable at the time, or do you think that 30 dogs, if you sell 30 or more dogs in a year, that now you have to be registered with the state of New Hampshire? Is that a fair number, do you think? Or should it be higher?
All right. So we actually never did have a hobby breeder in statute, although we did refer to people who are breeding and selling fewer than 50 as hobby breeders. That was not a legal definition. That was just a sort of practical definition. I would not mind re-examining the this number at some point in the future, but that's not what this bill is about. I think that now that the animal transfer database is up and running, we have more data available in terms of what actually what we might be able to see what makes sense and what the range of what people are doing is better, because that data is available in an aggregated, disidentified way. Thank you for that.
Thank you for putting it that way. Very important.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Bixby, for introducing this bill, and I call Joshua Marshall from Department of Agriculture.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Josh Marshall, Assistant Commissioner for the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food. I wanted to be here to sign in support of this bill, and thank you for your work and explain what the loophole was, but Representative Bixby did it quite well, and I'm not sure I need to repeat that. So
Okay.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. I'd like to know what your thought is regarding raising the number of animals from 30 to something else higher.
I think that the limit as it is allows us to maintain a safe and appropriate, oversight over this industry. I believe there's another bill in the Senate that's talking about raising that, but I've not been directly involved in those conversations.
Oh, so there may be a bill in the Senate now that addresses that?
Yeah.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Based on the discussion that Representative Bixby and I just went back and forth, do you know what the average number of dogs a registered pet vendor is now producing?
I do not, but I can get that information.
That would
for
be
you.
great. Thank you.
All right, Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, so you said there's a bill that's on the other side of the aisle, but is it the same exact bill?
No, it doesn't refer to the loophole. I believe it just raises the limit.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that addressing the loophole is important, very important. Huh? Is anyone interested in execing this bill now? Yeah? Yeah? All right, well, then let's go for it. Let's get her done, yeah. Okay, so then I direct well, who would like to make a motion?
Do we have one more speaker?
No, this is something.
That's my card for the next.
Oh,
bill.
yeah, we should probably, do we close out the hearing and then we
Yes.
exec it? Yes, okay. So then, I need the blue sheet. Myself put together here. Let's see here. All right, let me see what we got here.
I love it.
Okay, environment and agriculture. And then we've got, what's the bill number? Is 1157.
She's very nice.
Okay. Excellent. There is no one who signed in on the blue sheet. We have 4 people in support on the online portal and 0 opposition. So I will close out the hearing for HB 1157. And I will open up an exec session for, well, I guess we are going to exec the bill, HB 1157. And how do I hear a motion? Representative Bixby.
I move to pass on HB 1157.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Representative Potenza seconds. Any discussion? Pretty straightforward housekeeping bill to close a loophole. And I direct the clerk to call the roll on HB 1157. Ought to pass.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
The vote is 14-0. Motion passes.
Okay, can we put that on consent?
Yes.
She just wanted to be able to say.
Okay. And Representative Bixby, you have another committee report to write.
Boy. Well, I did
All right.
the testimony.
Close the exec session on 11:57, and we are done early. After all that, I didn't see that coming at all.
Me neither.
Yeah, I know.
That's okay, because everyone get ready for a really long afternoon.
Yeah, we're gonna have a very long afternoon.
Really long.
I was expecting someone to come up and complain about that.
Okay. Well, I guess we can break for lunch and get back here at 1:00 for a fun-packed afternoon of study committees, egg labeling, pig wrestling, and other livestock issues. Thank you very much, everybody.
Actually, a fairly.
Okay.
I did mention I've been presenting the bill at one side.
Okay. All right. Good enough. Thank you. Okay, I'd like committee members to please take their seats. And we're doing. Okay.
I was reading it up.
Excuse me, Representative Willie, you weren't here.
That's true. I had to testify. True.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
I went on to a study committee.
I think we should call it study committee for a study committee.
There you go.
Okay. Can we close these doors over here somewhere?
No, it's so hot.
Is it? Okay, all right, all right. Fair enough.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Oh, fair enough.
Maybe so, me too.
Okay. Okay. So good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back for this afternoon's grand finale of our Environment and Agriculture Committee for Tuesday, 2/3/26. We are going to start off with Bill HB 1054, establishing a committee to study the decline of insect populations in New Hampshire. So I'm going to open up that hearing, and I am going to introduce our illustrious Representative Bixby to introduce this bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Peter Bixby, Dover, Stratford 13.
Do you have a pink card?
I brought one up already.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, HB 1054 is looking at a study committee to study the decline of insect populations in New Hampshire, and I was inspired to do this bill because I was talking with a constituent who was actually one of the people who was pushing for the neonic bills, but in talking with her, what became clear was that the problem of insect decline is not merely a neonicotinoid problem. There are many other things that are contributing to insect decline, and the amount of insect decline, if you start looking at the reports of measurements of that, is actually fairly staggering. I misplaced the document I had that had a bunch of the actual numbers, but in the last 20 years, 20 to 30 years, there has been a decline of over 50% in flying insects. And other types of insects show perhaps not as extreme, but similarly alarming levels of decline. So what does it mean when we're losing that many insects? It means that there's a lot of wildlife that depends on eating insects, such as songbirds, that are not, basically their food is going away. And if you're looking at aquatic insects, we're talking about the food for the fish going away. And who eats fish? So basically in every category of insects, they are a baseline for significant parts of the food chain, and they are a baseline for they provide a very wide range of environmental services. So decomposing, there are many insects who are primarily decomposers. They break down dead animals and dead plants and turn them back into soil. If we don't have those insects, then that part of the nutrient cycle gets broken. So the decline of insects is a significant problem, and there are a number of things that have been proposed as possible causes, ranging from a wide range of insecticides, not merely neonicotinoids, and from habitat loss, from climate change, and the mismatch between when the temperatures tell the insects to hatch out and when their food sources become available. So changes in the landscape, changes in the plants that are available to them because of other habitat changes. So there's a very broad range of things that are causing the decline of insects worldwide. And some of those are certainly affecting insects in New Hampshire, but getting that information on easily on the New Hampshire level is a little bit more challenging. And then there's a question of, can we do anything about it? And if we don't know what the causes are in New Hampshire, then we can't begin to decide what we can do about it. So the reason I brought forward the study committee is to figure out what the extent of insect decline is in New Hampshire, figure out what the how that decline is affecting New Hampshire wildlife and agriculture, and figuring out whether there are other ecosystem services that we depend on in New Hampshire that are being affected, and then figuring out which human impacts that might be leading to this are things that we have a chance of doing something about. So that's the basic idea of, figuring out what the extent of the problem, and then figuring out if there's something that we can do about it as a legislature in New Hampshire.
Representative Gruber has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. This seems like a critical research information. And I know that in legislation, you just sometimes say what you do, not how you might do it. But my thought was, or have you thought about engaging UNH in doing some literature review, because that's a critical resource to answer number 2, 3, and 5. Have you thought about that?
Well, in terms of the way that a study committee works, what I would, assuming that we get it up and running, it's a matter of figuring out what resources we need to draw on in order to bring to the committee to let us know, to provide the information. And I would certainly be asking people at UNH for to help us get the information, but also to suggest other sources of information that we could draw on.
Thank you.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Bixby, for bringing this bill to us. I think something like this is important. We just approved 2 study committees for earlier today. Do you think that one will have time to add a third? And do you think that in a 2-month time period that we could actually get this done? I think this is a more extensive study than the other committee, so I'm just trying to get.
I think that those are valid concerns.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. From what I understand, this isn't a new issue that has developed over the past several years. Many experts have have talked about this. Are you aware of any federal or state agencies that may be conducting this type of a study?
I am not sure who is working on it. With a certain amount of asking around, I suspect that if I talk to Fish and Game, they may have some information on that. If I talk to Natural Resources at UNH, they might have some information on that.
Thank you.
My question is, certainly, we can talk about the decline of insect populations, but are there certain insects that actually are not declining and in fact being more troublesome? I would say ticks. We're seeing more ticks in New Hampshire than we've ever seen. And that, some people point to the fact that, we're having wetter springs or milder winters or whatever, I don't know. But do you think that that's something that might be included in a study of insect populations in New Hampshire? And is it possible, do we have a state entomologist?
We do.
We do. So I wonder what kinds of reports they may already have at their disposal.
Representative, may I interrupt for a minute?
Sure.
So you speak of the tick population. In order to control that, you need to get a poultry farm. There's no ticks.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha.
We don't have a tick.
Get those guinea hens out there to work hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I have chickens and I still have ticks.
Oh, okay.
But in terms of the, yes, there. So I think in terms of decline, that's sort of as an aggregate. But there are certain species that are not declining, but rather they may be, and some of that might be due to changes in climate. So there are some. I saw a chart the other day that indicates that Lone Star ticks may be moving our direction as our winter temperatures get higher. Although maybe this year is a sort of we might be able to kill a few more ticks this winter, but that the Lone Star ticks in that same time might be moving out of the farthest southern states because the summer temperatures are problematic for them. So but that's just one species, and that is something that seems to be moved by climate change. There are other factors that can change where populations are going, including if that some insects that we may like less might be moving in because the insects that used to keep them in check are gone. So it's and that's a fairly simplistic example. So it's a very complicated problem, but I think that by doing the study, we may be able to get some grasp of what aspects of it we actually might be able to have some effect on. And I don't think the state of New Hampshire by itself is going to be making a huge impact on climate change. I think that's a far bigger issue than we can handle just by ourselves in the state. But there may be certain things that we can do that would mitigate some of the insect decline.
Any other questions from the committee? I also, excuse me, I also share the concerns of Representative Comtois insofar as this is kind of our third study committee that we've considered, and the timeline to get those done is concerning, as well as the fact that this is a very important piece of information to be gathering, and I just wonder if we might be able to do this kind of investigation ad hoc over the summer or something like that to be bringing that information to legislators next year.
Yeah. So if it seems like doing it ad hoc would be a more effective way, I would be open to that. But that's something we can discuss in a committee work session.
Sure. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none. I don't have any other pink cards for this bill, HB 1054. And so I guess we get a blue sheet up there.
We do have.
What?
I think we do have a couple of if we do, then I should go back.
1086?
1054.
1054, okay. 86. 1186. Oh, yeah, okay, so these are not for 1054. We did have Carol Foss, I'm sorry. Come on up. I did not have your card until just now. Oh, put your there you go.
That's because I didn't turn it in until just now.
Oh,
so
okay.
Not your fault.
Good afternoon. How are you, Ms. Fox?
Good afternoon, Representative Aaron and members of the committee. My name is Carol Foss. I'm Senior Advisor for Science and Policy at New Hampshire Audubon. We certainly applaud the intent of this bill, but there's no, I mean, we're talking about half a dozen or more PhD studies of umpty-ump years here, not a 2 or 3 month legislative committee. There's no baseline data in New Hampshire. If the questions were broadened and not specific to New Hampshire, there's literature that can shed light on the answers to the questions. But in terms of understanding specifically what's going on in New Hampshire, there's no data there. So I guess I submitted written testimony last night, and I sent a couple of scientific papers just to provide you folks with some background. I guess the only other thing I'll say is that insects writ large include probably 10 or 20,000 species in New Hampshire. And some groups, the groups that are, you know, charismatic and pretty and obvious, dragonflies, butterflies, moths, there's some information on that. Probably the fishing community could tell us something about, or at least the fly fishing community could tell us something about aquatic insects. There's anecdotal information that, you know, when you're driving down any New Hampshire road in the spring, you're not having to clean your windshield every 10 minutes. And insectivorous birds are declining in the state. So there's lines of evidence that things are going on here, but in terms of having any data to say how much, how long, which species, or even which groups of species, there's nothing you can grab a hold of here. So I'll kind of leave it at that. I do think that engaging with UNH, it would the questions would be awesome topics for students to do a paper on. They could put a seminar together with multiple students reporting on different aspects, but I think it's way, 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 way more than a committee can cope with.
Do you know, are you aware of any studies at all up at UNH or UNH Extension to look at any of this?
I know that several years ago, one of my coworkers did kind of a statewide inventory on dragonflies, looking at distribution, various species in the state. I'm not sure that there's abundance data with that, but there's at least distribution data. For the last maybe 4 years, Fish and Game and Audubon and Extension have been sponsoring butterfly surveys during the summer. There are 15-mile diameter circles in, I don't know, there's maybe a dozen of these circles where people go out on a specific day and count all the butterflies, but that's pretty recent. I mean, it's not like with birds where we can, go back decades and look at population trends. There's very little information about current population status, much less population trends over time in terms of real numbers.
And do you know of any other states that are conducting this kind of investigation on insect populations?
I don't know.
Don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, certainly the obvious taxa like dragonflies, butterflies, and moths are the most likely to have studies going on in other states. But I mean, that's certainly something I can look into. But I'm more of a bird person than a bug person.
But you are of the opinion that a bill like this is it just tries to address too much in too short of a time.
Well, that, and there isn't
enough data
to really, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee for Ms. Foss? Seeing none, thank you for coming this afternoon, and I appreciate your input. Okay. Is there anybody else who wishes to weigh in on this bill, HB 1054, a committee is establishing a committee to study the decline of insect populations in New Hampshire? Seeing none, I'd like to see the blue sheet. Thank you so much. So we have one person in favor on the blue sheet. And for the online portal, we have, we have 128 people in support of this and 2 people who are neutral to this. One of which is Ms. Foss, which I appreciate you putting your testimony in the portal here. So with that, I'm going to close out the hearing for HB 1054. And we have 4 minutes before we can begin the hearing for HB 1186. So I'll give us all a little bit of a break. Yes? Oh, okay. Representative Bixby has suggested that we ITL this bill. We may have had some people leave the room, so I don't know if we can grab them back. What are you looking for? Representative Freeman? Okay. Representative Potenza is out. Scully is testifying somewhere else. And Comtois is here. Okay, so we may ITL this bill as soon as Representative Freeman comes back. Are you okay with that? Yes. Okay.
I can do that. It saves anyone from thinking of hurting my feelings.
And we do care about that.
We do.
We do.
If I wanted to be soft on myself, I could do it studies.
I have a question.
Sure.
Yeah, Madam Chair, is it appropriate to consider in the future, perhaps, funding some real research on this issue that would get specific answers that we need? Because I think there's an issue of there's a lot of data it's complicated, and we don't have a lot of base data for New Hampshire.
Well,
So
I
this
guess
is-
we may be able to fund it through the work that UNH Extension does, and we fund them, so,
Yeah, so that would be worth considering.
okay.
Okay.
It's a bad word in this place, funding, you know.
No, it isn't. Behave.
Yeah. Another thing to consider is that, which, you know,
Your microphone is off.
another thing to consider, which is something that you know, sort of plays into my decision that we might want to that we should be ITLing this, is that there are some things which are very laudable to do, but don't need to be done by the legislature.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay.
I was just doing some digging, and evidently the Audubon in Maine and around the country are doing massive things on insect population. So they have,
Is Representative Freeman coming in? All right.
And this is not going to be controversial.
No,
though,
I know.
so-
No, okay, so let's go for it. All right, who may make the motion? Representative Bixby.
Yes, I move that I move ITL on HB 1054.
Okay,
Second.
I would second that. Oh, thank you, Representative Freeman. We are ITLing this bill. And is that appropriate for
Yes.
her to come in?
I think that she was close enough to in the room that we
Okay.
can say that she's here.
All right. Okay. So there's been a motion made by Representative Bixby and seconded by me to ITL HB 1054. And I don't know, briefly, Representative Bixby, if you would like to speak to that motion, and then we can have the clerk call the roll.
Yeah, so this seemed like a good idea when I came up with it back last fall, and I have become aware as I've been thinking sort of during this session, it's become clear to me that this is a way bigger thing that we can do. Thank you to Carol Foss for pointing out how challenging it would be. And I think that this is not something that we can handle within the committee, so it doesn't make sense to go forward with it.
Representative Comtois. Oh, your mic is on, that's it. Okay, well, with no other discussion, I encourage the clerk to call the roll on this.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
and Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes, even as co-sponsor of this bill, yes.
The tally is 13-0. Motion passes.
And can we put that on consent?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Bixby, you have yet another committee report you owe me. Okay. It is 1:31 p.m. I'm going to open up the hearing for HB 1186. And I invite Representative Comtois to come up and introduce this bill. And I believe she has an amendment in hand as well. And I just would like to go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I did put an amendment on everyone's desk. It is 2026-0480H. And the reason let's talk about the origination of the bill. The bill originally occurred at the behest of the department. And Representative Barber was kind enough to put that amendment in. The bill in, relative to the sale and labeling of eggs. Upon further discussion, and when I read the bill and signed on as co-sponsor, it literally made sense to me as far as commercial egg producers were, for commercial egg production. Never in my wildest dreams did I think it apply to backyard farmers or just local farmers selling to customers directly, or to their local mom and pop store, or even at our grain store that we have, where someone brings in a couple dozen eggs and then sells them to their customers. And then that forced me to start reading all the RSAs. And there was no distinguishing between the regular farmer and a commercial egg producer, which to me was why should a commercial egg producer and a backyard farmer be subject to the same rules and regulations? There are two different types of producers. And so after discussion and learning about this and realizing that most of us, I no longer have chickens, but anyone that has been selling eggs that didn't realize that these RSAs existed, because what we were doing is redefining, were probably could be breaking the law, which is unfortunate. We shouldn't. And so this gave us an opportunity to really delve deep into that RSA. And so what this amendment does, if you look at line 12, it defines what a commercial egg producer is. On page 1, a commercial egg producer means any person who ships and or sells eggs to a distributor, egg dealer, wholesaler, or retail chain. I think it's very important to understand that, because if you're shipping, person who just a small producer isn't shipping their eggs or selling to a retail chain, it's just not happening. And then if you go down further, line 19, it says, now my amendment, and I'll explain this. So on line 19, it says the requirements of this subdivision shall only apply to commercial egg producers. And then it goes on to 20, where it says producers who sell exclusively from their residence, farm store, or stand, or to local stores and or establishments shall not be subject to this subdivision. Then it goes on, 3, 4, and 5 are supposed to apply also to all egg producers. So where it says all egg producers in the state shall follow truth and labeling laws. And I don't think that they shouldn't be exempt from that, nor should they be exempt from every producer shall include their business, farm, or personal name and an address or website and phone number on any egg carton sold. That way, if there's something wrong, everybody knows. We require that for our homestead food licenses, require that for raw milk, everything that we do. And then the line 25, where it says, if a producer uses reused cartons, producers shall inform customers that the eggs inside are not graded and that the size indicated on the carton does not apply to the eggs being sold. I think there's been some issues because we like to recycle. Recycling is important. And so we save our egg cartons, give it to our local chicken farmers who are producing eggs so that they can reuse those cartons. Great use of the carton. However, what the eggs that they're giving you are not graded and are not the size. And so they may have a sign that says on their cooler, because if you go by and says eggs in this carton are not, the carton does not reflect the size and the grade of the eggs. And I think that's really important. One other thing I learned though was what a fresh egg is. A fresh egg is any egg that can be up to 30 days old. Which to me was very shocking. But I'm not here to try and change definitions, but I am trying to correct something that is wrong with our current statute. So as far as the bill that was written applying to commercial egg producers, great. But I think we need to put in that added protection for small scale producers. And I'm willing to take questions from the committee.
Yeah, so first of all, I do want to say, when this bill first came out, I'm sure you all got the emails and social media exchanges and everything regarding this bill. And certainly we all recognize the bill as written is miserable and have no intention of passing it as is. And definitely I am very grateful to Representative Comtois for coming forth and doing the work to clean up this bill, to protect our small flock owners and the small business enterprise that they represent. With this, though, I'm a little confused, though, with this labeling piece, because on one hand, on line 19, you say the requirements of this subdivision shall only apply to commercial egg producers, but then you talk on line 22, all egg producers in this state shall follow truth in labeling standards. So does that only apply to commercial egg producers, or there's a little,
so
that needs to be, I think, fixed up.
Right, Madam Chair, I agree with you. When I got this, I just got this at a notice at just before noontime that this amendment was ready, so I hadn't had a chance. That is not how it was supposed to be written.
Okay.
But, section 3, 4, and 5, 23 through line 25, 26 needs to apply to all producers. Okay? Whether commercial or small scale, small flock. Okay?
Yeah, so I think that
And-
that really needs to be
Absolutely.
teased out and clarified.
Correct. And I agree with you wholeheartedly on that.
Okay.
Because they say shall be exempt and then it goes on. So I think
Right.
the OLS didn't quite get it right the first time around, and maybe that was my fault or whatever.
Okay. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, would you consider doing essentially two subdivisions, or whatever the official term is in terms of describing what parts of statute are, one of which deals with the requirements for commercial producers and one of which deals with a requirement for non-commercial producers?
I think that would clean it up a lot, and I would not be opposed to breaking this bill down by that.
Thank you.
So yes.
Representative Freeman. Oh, Howard, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the other conflict is that you say at one point producers so exclusively on there. There's another time in there where you say that it applies only to one thing after you've said it applies to a different thing. So you might want to check that out too. But my big question is, as an egg producer or owner of several egg producers, I just wonder how, about exchanging eggs with friends or giving eggs to my friends. Do we have to do the labeling thing then? A bunch of people called me. And
I'm not going to get into the nitty gritties of that. I mean, if you're giving somebody an egg, I mean, we're not going to get into donations or anything like that with the small flocks.
Okay. All right. So if somebody is giving somebody a dozen eggs, they don't all have to be large or graded or anything like that.
No.
All right. Thank you.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. Representative, on line 25, page 1, the line, if a producer uses reused cartons, producers shall inform customers that the eggs inside are not graded and the size indicated on the carton does not apply to the eggs being sold. Would it be helpful if we got a little more explicit, say we add shall inform by word of mouth or labeling customers that the eggs inside are not graded? Would that be helpful?
I'm Representative Freeman. I appreciate what you said, but the reason I left it just shall inform leaves it open. It doesn't specify that it has to be labeled or it could be word of mouth. They could actually have it on. It leaves it open to the customer and the producer relationship, and I think leaving it that loosely is the way to do it.
Okay. I know that there was an issue of we don't want to have anybody from the state coming on somebody's property and inspecting their chickens or inspecting their eggs. How do we protect them from that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the reason it says here, producers who sell exclusively from and are not considered a commercial egg producer are exempt from this subdivision, which means only commercial egg producers would be adhere to this subdivision. And I think with Representative Bixby's recommendation, when we break out, where producers who sell exclusively from the residents, and then we'll list what the requirements are, which would be 3, 4, and 5. And then commercial egg producers this subdivision, the rest of the subdivision only applies to commercial egg producers, I think would really clean it up a lot.
Okay. Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since my colleague isn't here right now, I'll ask his question in his stead, which is there any great need for this? Because I haven't heard any. I mean, are people getting sick left and right from bad eggs? What brought this on?
Okay. So the original request for the bill was just to clean up the RSAs, as we do from time to time at the behest of the director. No. However, once I signed on as co-sponsor, because when I read it, I was thinking commercial egg production. But if you read the current RSAs, it applies to every egg producer in the state. So what it has forced us to do is now we need to protect our small flock farmers. And this is the way we can do that. So yes, this legislation is absolutely necessary.
Representative King, follow up.
Okay. So thank you for that answer. That's a good answer. However, generally speaking, as a preference, I like to remove bad code as opposed to adding new code into statutes. Couldn't we just find the code that we don't like and just remove it from statute instead of having to create new subdivisions and things like that?
Representative King, I appreciate that, but I think that we've now defined commercial egg producer. However, I do think we need to put in the protections for the small farmers into legislation, because if we leave it open and through rulemaking or what else, something could be added. And this way we set it into statute what is required. And it also protects the consumer, so that if they have, where you're informing them that, if you think you're getting large eggs, this is from our flock, it's not graded. So truth in labeling laws are important, and we want everyone to be on the same page with that.
Okay, Representative Kenny, and then Bixby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On washing eggs, if the eggs, I didn't see anything in here that's, because you don't want to wash the bloom off the egg. So I know that the commercial, they have to wash the eggs in a chlorine solution, but is there something are we exempt from that by this?
Thank you for the question, and the short answer is yes.
Representative Bixby.
So, if I remember correctly, the part of the idea of the original bill was to align our state regulations with what the federal regulations are, as a way of making the larger egg producers essentially, when they're putting eggs into interstate commerce, making them consistent with federal regulations. And is that still part of what this bill does?
So thank you for the question. The bill itself has not changed. The only changes I made were on page 1, line 12, where it defines commercial egg producer, and then where it talks about who a small producer is. So 20 through 26 and are the only changes I made to this bill. Otherwise, this bill is identical to the original, so it would still conform with the federal guide.
So to follow up with that, is this the part of law where I didn't see the term egg washing in here. I might have just read quickly and not found it, but is that something that's covered by the original bill, and or is that something that is in a different set of standards?
Thank you for that. I believe it was in here, and I would have to go back through it, but I did not change any of the wording from the original bill.
Okay. Any other questions for Representative Comtois? Seeing none, thank you for introducing the bill and doing all this work on the amendment. And I hope that you'll be able to bring a more robust and clarified amendment for us for next week.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. The Honorable John Burt, who is representing his chickens. We want to thank you for coming today, Representative Honorable John Burt.
Representative's fine.
Okay.
I believe in that. I want to thank you, Madam Chairman, for allowing me to speak today, and fine representatives. It's nice to be back. I've been gone 3 years, and this bill brought me back because I love my chickens, and I have a lot of friends that love their chickens. And when I first saw it, I was like, "Oh my God, we don't need this." But now I am very much in support of this bill. Representative Comtois did an excellent job on the amendment. I will be sharing this amendment statewide with all my chicken friends. I have a huge following, and I want to show them that the State House did the right thing by this amendment. Because at first it was a train wreck, and luckily it has been cleaned up. The sections 22 through 26, which is the truth in labeling, putting your name and your phone number on the egg cartons, and then what was the last one is the about used cartons. That I can live with. I think that's just common sense. I think, anybody selling eggs really should put that information in, like I'm just going to slap a little sign on my refrigerator. Almost all of my cartons do not have a size, but occasionally I do get a used carton from somebody and I reuse it, and it does have like large. I've been just blocking it out with a black magic marker, which is easy to do. But I have seen them in stores, like country stores, where they aren't blocked out, and just a little sign on the window saying, it's all sizes. So I just want to thank the committee for taking this. I hope you will pass this overwhelmingly. I hope it goes right through, the House, which I'm sure it will. And again, Representative Comtois did an excellent job on fixing this, because when I first saw this, I told everybody to be very polite with their comments to you guys, and I hope most of them did, or all of them did. Oh, didn't? Sorry. Yeah, so, well, as a chicken owner, I apologize for some of the bad behavior out there. Because bottom line, you guys have a tough job, and, I did it for 12 years, and I understand that. Things happen, and, sadly, the bill just came forward at the wrong, wrong. But it has been corrected. Representative Scully told me today, I saw him, and he said that he would support this bill because he wanted his name off this bill as fast as he could get it. But he did say if John Burt supports it, I will support it. So you do have one more vote on the House floor, so you don't even have to check with him. He will support it. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else on here, but there really isn't. The part where it exempts us, that's priceless. I mean, that's exactly the way this should be written up. And then the future amendment that has come in, what you guys just talked about, I don't see any problem with it. So I can't wait to see the last amendment, and I'll make sure I share that with everybody. And thank you very much for having me.
Okay, any questions for, go ahead, Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for speaking today. We're all aware of the hue and cry that went out over the original bill.
Yes.
But the thing about amendments, especially when they maybe change the outlook of the bill so much, is we don't do a public hearing on amendments.
Correct.
Really, we're really only doing a public hearing on the bill. And my concern is that despite your best efforts to spread the message, so many egg farmers around the state might not get the whole amendment has improved the thing, the bill better. Would it not be wise at all to bring back this bill a year from now with, instead of it being an amended version, the actual lockdown version that's good, wait a year? Then we're not voting on something that's already got a lot of negativity attached to it. What are your thoughts?
Thank you for the question, Representative King. At first, I would agree with you. And that's what I kept telling the representatives that I was in contact with often. Just kill the bill and bring it back next year, because it is very tainted. But the problem is I know I'm not currently following law. So, you know, I would like the commissioner, which is a dear friend of mine, I would like not to have him show up at my door and, John, you know, start yelling at me because I didn't do something right. He would yell at me. Yes, he's yelled at me many times. So I would hope that we could pass this and get the word out there, because I really didn't know that we had to follow these laws. And if you look at the current law, we do. You know, all backyard chicken people have to follow these, and we're not. You know, a lot of them aren't. And what this does is it redefines, and like I think Representative Bixby brought up, to separate it. The second he said that, I said, oh my God, that's exactly what we should do. You know, separate it in the amendment. So the little guys are over here and the big producers, like up in Monroe, Pete and Jerry's, and there's some other big people. You know, there's big egg farms in here in the state. They're over here. Have a set of laws for them, and then us here. And that would, to me, clean up everything. So, you know, so really, I would like to see this bill go forward. I think hopefully we could get, you know, the news and other people to, you know, start saying, hey, the State House did the right thing. You know, we all came together. And, you know, I started this New Hampshire Chicken Politics page. And I was just shocked on, you know, how many people I have on there now. And it's from all sides. And probably some of you know, I'm about as far to the right as it comes. But I have far left people, and we're all on this page wanting the right thing for backyard chickens. And hopefully once this bill is settled, then we're going to start going after towns that want to regulate chickens, and which is none of their business. So we're hoping that we can continue this fight. So I'm really glad this bill came forward, because it brought all the chicken people together, or a lot of us together. And now we're going to start going after towns once this is cleaned up. And I hope we have your support on that too.
Representative Potenza?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for being here. It's
Thank
great
you.
to see you. You're one of the reasons why I ran.
Thank you.
Like my hero. So I was just to go backtrack off what Representative King said. Maybe we could, perception is reality a lot, and it's kind of hard once things get out of control, like that bike bill. Remember the bike bill? So, so maybe what do you think about us doing like a press release about this, saying, hey, this bill came forward to try to hit something, but it missed the mark, and now we fixed this to, kind of an underlying thing. Do you think that could help?
I think it would absolutely help. And that's what I'm really thinking, is that this bill would really help, because people are negative toward the government. This bill will show that we can do good, or when I was a state rep, that we can do good. And here is this bill, it was a bad bill brought in, and now we've cleaned it up, or you guys cleaned it up, and you're doing the right thing, and we're going to protect the backyard chicken people. And I think once the word gets out there, it will spread very wide, and especially if we can get some news about it. And I'll even do a letter to the editor and send it to my contacts that I used to send.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Your Honor, both for taking my question. So since you have been such a big chicken advocate as long as I've known you, which is well over 10 years, this is the pressing question. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Oh my gosh.
Well, you'll have to ask the chickens.
Oh, I have
Any
a
other
follow-up.
questions? I'm sure.
I know. This is-
Quickly.
well, only because she opened the door. So what about 26? Could we see an honorable come back?
That doesn't
maybe?
have anything to do
I
with it.
know.
Okay, moving along. No other questions for the Honorable John Burt. Thank you very much for your excellent testimony.
Yes. Thank you. And thank you, representatives. I appreciate it. And again, thank Representative Comtois on this. She really worked hard on this.
Thank you.
It's exactly what is needed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Joe Barton from Grafton.
The less honorable Joe Barton from Grafton. No, in some circles. Thank you for letting me testify. So I own no chickens, but there are a lot of chickens and chicken farmers in northern
Gentlemen.
Grafton County, and so I heard a lot about this bill. I echo all of the sentiments of my honorable friend from Goffstown, and I wanted to address the amendment because it is available for us here to look at on the table, so we can read it. And my card may say I'm opposed, but after reading the amendment and hearing the clarifications from Rep. Comtois, I think it's perfect as is. I don't see any reason to kick the can down the road. I think that the local farmers need, or chicken owners need that exemption now, and we ought to give it to them. There's no fiscal note on this. Let's get it done. And I also I want to thank Phyllis. Thanks for letting John come out and testify. Everybody in my part of the woods, we appreciate it. And with that, I'll end my testimony.
Okay.
I'm not going to take any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming out. Alan Wyman, New Hampshire DAMF, Department of Agriculture.
Al Wyman, Director of Regulatory Services, New Hampshire Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food, and yes, I am the New Hampshire Egg Control official.
Eggs and seeds, huh?
That,
Is
yeah,
that it?
eggs, seeds, fertilizer, it
Oh,
goes on
gosh.
and on,
Oh,
feed. I'm here primarily to answer questions. Maybe provide a little background. The genesis of the bill here, the existing RSAs for eggs predate 1985 and don't include any of the federal updates to what grading eggs are in refrigeration and so forth. So, associated with that as well, the rules have been expired since well before my time. So nothing's really been done with eggs for an extended period of time. Wasn't ever brought to my attention until I started getting phone calls when the egg prices started spiking. And people wanted us to go out and investigate. Look, I bought this egg. It says it's this size. I measured it. It isn't. I weighed it. It isn't. Well, we had no way of alleviating the citizens' concern relative to consumer protection, right? So I there's nothing I could do. Simultaneous to that, there's a push in the department to update all the rules so that all the rules are current. As I had mentioned, these rules had been out of date or expired for an extended period of time. So as we got into trying to update the rules to match the RSA, we realized the RSA didn't match the federal requirements. The whole thing was a mess. So as was alluded to prior, one of the objectives is to modernize existing RSAs to meet modern standards, right? So in going through the federal requirements, there are 5 different huge sets of federal regulation on shell eggs specifically, and they're carved up many different ways. So the objective in the original House bill, I cannot speak to the amendments because I haven't seen them, was to simply codify in New Hampshire RSA what's already codified in federal requirements, right? With the exception of one piece of that. So, and also to emulate the intent the legislature had in the original RSA that came out pre-1985, right? So the interpretation of the pre-1985 RSA was consumer protection and safety. And that's pretty much what we focused on. So this RSA or the House bill, unamended, had 3 parts. It had the labeling of producer name and contact information, which has been discussed, and everybody seems to agree that that makes sense. It's also federally required, but the importance to us is that if somebody gets sick and I have to go pull a carton of eggs out of the refrigerator and it says Market Basket, I'm going to Market Basket and I'm pulling all their eggs. And meanwhile, we find out at some point later this person happened to buy them down the street, right? That's a significant issue and not a position we want to be in. But when somebody is getting sick and it hits the press, the expectation is those eggs get pulled, right? So that, aside from being a federal requirement, I'd like to reemphasize the importance of that, and I don't think anybody here disagreed with that. So that's one of the three. The second of the three is directly related to the current RSA, which says the commissioner shall establish grades and sizes and so forth. Well, now that's long since passed. The federal government does it. Everybody either does AA, A, B. However, the federal requirement is that that is voluntary. So if you do not size a grade, you have to put not sized. That's a federal requirement. And so the second piece of this original legislation simply says, if you grade your eggs, if you do not grade your eggs, put not graded. But, it doesn't require that anybody grade eggs. So that's keeping with the federal requirements. So the first two parts of this three-part RSA are federally required. The third part is also federally required. At retail, you have to have eggs displayed at 45 degrees. That's it. No, there's no cutting out an exemption for commercial or backyard federally, right? So that just emulates what the federal requirements are. The only piece here that's a little different is, as the Department of Agriculture, we wanted to give some leeway to backyard producers in if an egg is, once an egg is laid, it's a nest-run egg, it's sitting in the nest, somebody might want to make that decision. Do I sell it as a table egg, or do I incubate it and produce another animal, right, that I can use one way or the other? That takes at least 3 days to figure that out, take up to 5 days. So there was a section in here regarding nest run eggs at 55 degrees. The only purpose to that was it's 55 degrees. It's the lowest temperature at which really you can, maybe 50, but that you can go without making that egg unviable, right? So the purpose there was to try to minimize salmonella contamination. So there's only 3 sections to the original bill, except for that 55 degree, which has caused confusion. And, it's only there for your consideration relative to salmonella, minimizing potential exposure to salmonella. It's all federally required stuff. It's really simple. First section is simply put your producer name and contact information on there, and I think we all understand why that's necessary. The second part is, if you're going to claim grade, you have to meet the USD standards for grade. If you don't claim grade, put not graded. Somebody had testified that they cross out the grading on their cartons. Great. The third part is federally required. If you're retailing eggs, they have to be at 45 degrees. What's the importance of that to the backyard producer? Well, if I'm driving down the street, I look over, I see a red cooler, this summer, it's got eggs in it. That cooler could very well be 100, 110, 120 degrees inside that thing if it doesn't have ice. Does that concern you? Maybe, maybe not. Regardless, it's federally required that it be 45 degrees. So the original bill is very simple, extraordinarily simplistic. It only has 3 parts. Those 3 parts are federally required. Haven't read the amendment. I don't know about the amendment. I can't speak to it. But I did also get a lot of blowback. And I think the problem is, as it might have been said earlier as well, nobody understood they had to be following these requirements federally. And now everybody's kind of shocked. Speaking to Representative King's earlier statement, is this even necessary? And I think that's a fair question. Do you want the Department of Agriculture making sure people are selling eggs at 45 degrees on the roadside stand, right? If you don't want that, eliminate the RSA, right? Well, the current RSA is kind of defunct anyways because it speaks to certain things that just don't exist anymore. So it's problematic. If you don't want the Department of Agriculture, if a phone call comes in and somebody complains that their egg's not sized properly or graded properly, if you pull it, we just don't investigate it. We leave it to the feds, right? So I think it's a fair question. what's the necessity of having these RSAs in the Department of Agriculture? Right now, we have out of these 5 different federal requirements, it pushes through the USDA, the FDA, the New Hampshire Department of Markets, Agriculture Markets, Food, and New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services. So there's a huge overlap here. And I just offer to the committee the possibility that maybe the old RSAs, which haven't been implemented in a very long time, are they necessary? Are they not necessary? That's not my decision to make, but there's the context in the background of how this came about and the fact that it's only 3 sections, all 3 sections of which are required federally, except for that 55-degree piece. So, and I have the references for the record. 7 CFR 56 is associated with the voluntary grading of eggs, and that emulates what's in the second part of the original bill. 9 CFR 590 is relevant to refrigeration and labeling of eggs if the organization is part of the Food Safety and Inspection Service. That has a 3,000 hen exemption, right? Which probably speaks to the backyard producers. So federally, it's exempt. 21 CFR 101 requires statements such as handling instructions and so forth, as well as that label of who the producer is. So that's where that federal requirement is. 21 CFR 115 requires retail at 45 degrees. Does not matter how many hens you have, or doesn't matter if you're backyard or commercial. That's just a federal requirement. And 21 CFR 118 is relative to production, storage, and transport, which some people here had concerns that, transporting their eggs or giving them eggs. Well, that has a 3,000 layer exemption. So all those exemptions exist on the federal level. What was in the original House bill was specific to federal requirements that don't have exemptions for backyard producers, period. My concern was that if I get that phone call and somebody complains, without this, there's nothing I can do about it. I'll just tell them to call the feds, right? Which may be what you want. That's up to you guys. But there's the context. There's the genesis. And I think it's important to understand what these original or the existing federal laws are prior to jumping into amending something without consideration of what might or might not be legally on the federal level. Right?
Okay, thank you. All right. Questions? Representative Wheeler.
But what came first, the chicken or the egg?
All right.
No, I'm just
okay.
kidding. I have to get to my hearing.
All right. No questions? Representative Bixby?
Yeah, so would you be willing to work with us to make on the we've already decided we needed to revise the amendment a little bit anyway. So would you be able to work with us to make sure that that whatever we come up with as an amendment does not create a direct contradiction with federal law?
Yeah, I could provide you all the federal information. I have it readily available.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, but I'm wondering if those eggs are being sold intrastate. Again, do we really care about federal law?
No.
Anyway, with that, are there any other folks who would like to speak on this bill? Representative Minor?
Madam Chair, we just passed 396, so I really don't think we care too much what the feds think on this issue.
I hear you. Okay, so then I am going to ask for the blue sheet for HB 1186. And I will remind everybody that for the online portal, people probably did not see the amendment that we were talking about today. But on the blue sheet here, we have, let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 against the bill, But I imagine, with an improved amendment, it might go the other way. And again, on the portal, we have 5 in support, 47 in opposition. And with that, I'm going to close the hearing for HB 1186. We are running under here, so our next hearing is at 2:30, and we can take a 15-minute break if that is acceptable to everyone. See you back in 15 minutes. Stand up, walk around. Thank you.
I guess I overestimated that because of the amount of comment you were getting.
Yeah, well, I mean, Okay. Anybody who wishes to speak on HB 1013, please pass up a pink card. Representative Harvey, can you come here for a moment? You wrote on your card you oppose the bill?
Oh, sorry.
Prime sponsor, right? Oppose the bill.
That's right. This will be quick.
Thank you.
Thank you for catching that.
Sure. Okay.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, I know. I hear you. I hear you. Okay. Good afternoon again, and welcome to Environment and Agriculture. We will be hearing HB 1013 shortly. This is a bill prohibiting games in which the object is to capture a pig. And with us today is Representative Kathy Harvey, who is the prime sponsor of the bill, who will be introducing the bill to our committee. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture, Representative Harvey.
Thank you, and I'm glad I could get the committee off on a bit of a amusing note. So good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify concerning House Bill 1013. For the record, my name is Representative Catherine Harvey. I represent Cheshire 6, which is Chesterfield, Hinsdale, and Westmoreland. 1013 is a bill that would prohibit pig scrambles in New Hampshire. This bill has received a lot of attention, and I always get the question, why did you file this bill? So I thought maybe I would address that quickly, because those questions will come up from the committee and we can put them to rest and move on. No, I'm not a vegan, nor am I a vegetarian. I did not file it because pigs squeal. I understand pigs squeal, horses neigh, cows moo. It's the first thing I taught my grandchildren. I was not asked by any conservation group to file this bill. I did it on my own. And yes, I have taken part in county fairs for years through 4-H with my children and with myself by entering quilts and also judging quilts. Some people, depending on where you live, may not know what a pig scramble is. A scramble is where fewer pigs than contestants are released into an enclosed pen. And the goal is for the contestant to catch that pig by his hind legs and get him in an upside down position so that you can get him into a feed sack. You then take the feed sack to a referee who will tie it shut and cut a hole for the snout. There's several matches in the scramble for different age groups, including adults. These are not piglets that are easy to pick up and put into a sack, coax them into the sack. These are 30 to 45 pound pigs. So they're pigs. They are definitely not willing participants in this game. Pigs have very few sweat glands, considering the size of them, and they also have smaller hearts, considering the size of the animal. So they move through levels of stress very rapidly. They are as smart as a 3-year-old, and they can recognize their own name at 2 weeks of age. They are also very social animals. They can easily suffer joint dislocation, broken legs, and backs if they are mishandled. Every scramble has rules, and I have pictures on my phone, which I'm not allowed to show you, but I have pictures on my phone of the past 3 scrambles that I've gone to, and every single rule was broken. So what is wrong with these pig scrambles? First, it's traumatizing for the pig. There's lots of noise from the stands, lots of cheers and so forth. And pigs do have a memory of that. Fairs are usually held in August when, at least in my neck of the woods, it is the hottest time of the years. The last scramble that I attended, I took the temperature inside the arena and it was 98 degrees. After each heat, the contestants, the kids, were offered bottles of water the pigs were not offered anything. They were tied into feed sacks, which at one time used to be burlap sacks and before them cloth bags, but now feed sacks are plastic bags. So the pigs are tied into a plastic bag. With fewer sweat glands, they're in a plastic bag. The referee cuts a hole on the bottom of the bag, because the pig is upside down, for the snout to go through. But the pig is not happy in that bag, so he thrashes about, and oftentimes his snout comes out of that hole, and then he may not be able to find the hole again so that he'll be able to breathe. Now, it is true that the pig will also live at a farm where the temperature is also 98 degrees. That's true. However, farms have shallow beds of water. They might have grass. They have lots of mud, and that is what the pigs use for sunblock and to keep them cool. That's why they wallow in the mud. The heats are timed. The matches are timed. But I've watched many times when an elementary age student could not successfully get the pig into the plastic bag in the allotted time limit. And so the match was extended. And I've heard people say, well, it's not a bad thing because the matches only last 10 minutes. But that's not true. Sometimes they go longer than 10 minutes. And that statement really says it's okay to abuse this animal for if it's 10 minutes and under. But if it's 10 and a half minutes, then it's not okay. So I think we need to make a decision whether we're going to abuse the animal at all rather than for an allotted amount of time. Contestants are not supposed to gang up on a pig, but again, in the frenzy of the moment, you will oftentimes find 3 or 4 children cornering a pig in the corner of the pen. In fact, the example that I just gave you of the child who could not get the pig into the bag within the 10 minutes, the person running the scramble allowed her cousin to come in and help her, which is already a violation of the rules that they set, because now 2 kids are ganging up on this pig. Contestants are supposed to catch the pig by its hind legs, but in the frenzy of the moment, sometimes, kids will grab the ears or the snout or any other easily accessible part of that pig, and the pig can suffer joint dislocation from that. I also have pictures on my phone of women, adult women, actually sitting on a pig, which is certainly not allowed. Once they catch the pig, the pig is now forced upside down into the plastic bag and dragged across the pen to a referee who will finish tying it and cut the hole for the snout. The contestant wins the pig, and they are supposed to remove them immediately from the arena and free the pig into a dog crate or the back of their truck or whatever. However, in my area, many of the contestants don't own farms, and so they don't want that pig. There's no place for that pig to live. And so they stand in the doorway of the arena with their pig thrashing in a plastic bag that does not allow any air to circulate until the entire scramble is over, maybe an hour or so, in the hopes that they can sell that pig to someone who does have a farm. I've actually sat in the grandstands with a pig right beside me in a plastic bag, waiting for the scramble to be over. There are states that have banned pig scrambles. Rhode Island and Minnesota are 2. Many fairs have banned scrambles, and they've not lost any revenue. People still come to fairs even though they don't have a pig scramble. Eastern State Exhibition, the Hopkinton Fair, the New York State Fair, and I could give you a long list of fairs that have banned pig scrambles. I've heard the argument that pig scrambles are a way of introducing children to agriculture. Because fairs are supposed to be examples of the best practices from our rural farms. And so you see the cans of canned beans, and you see the quilts, and you see the flower arrangements, you see the tractor pull, the horses pull. But no farm, if a pig got loose, would ever try to get that pig back into the pen by catching it by its hind legs, putting it in a plastic bag upside down, cutting a hole for the snout, and dragging it into the pen, and letting it sit there in the pen for a while, maybe an hour before they release it. My grandfather was a pig farmer, and he just called them by name. They recognized their name at 2 weeks. He would simply say, "Suey? Suey?" And the pigs would come running because they knew they were going to get fed. So there was no need for any kind of wrestling into plastic bags. I would argue that a better way to introduce our children to good farm habits might be through our New Hampshire 4-H program, which is an excellent program. My kids have taken advantage of it. I grew up through the 4-H program. And this is a way for them to learn traditional farm crafts, to learn about farm animals, and to learn farm practices. Pig scrambles are simply rewarding children for abusing animals for human entertainment, and I don't think they have a part in our New Hampshire agricultural events. I would strongly ask this committee, and respectfully, that you ITL this bill, and if you have any questions, I would be happy to try to answer them. Now I wanted to pass. Right. I spent the day with my own committee Fish and Game, and so this is about the 7th or 8th hearing I've had today. So, thank you.
Okay.
But at
any
least I got you all to giggle.
Any questions? Nope. Seeing none.
No.
Thank you. Nope. Oh, Representative Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clearly you stated that this appears that this sort of form of entertainment is a form of animal abuse. That's what you're implying. Is that correct?
Yes, I am. It's not an implication. I'm saying that we are abusing these animals in a way that is not the best practices found on our farms, simply so that we can sit in the stands and cheer the children on to further abuse of the animal.
Thank you very much.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do you have a list of all the fairs in New Hampshire that are doing them?
I don't have a complete list, but I can tell you Cheshire Fair and I can tell you Deerfield Fair. But these pig scrambles don't, which is why it says agricultural event. They don't necessarily take place only at fairs. It might be a rodeo. It might be, old home days or whatever. So no, I don't have a complete list for you, but I can tell you those two for sure.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I've seen it at the Deerfield Fair, so that's what I was just wondering. But I actually didn't really kind of consider the other events that are going on. Would you be willing to do that research and send that to the committee?
I can try, but a lot of these things are, such local events. My town has an Old Home Days, so I may not. I don't know if I'll be able to find online the name of every little rural town that has, a church barbecue with a pig scramble and so forth. But
Is it happening in your town?
At the Cheshire Fair, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So you had mentioned in your testimony that there was, instances that happened because rules weren't followed. And it would appear to me that you're asking us to set policy because the organizers are not doing what they said, the rules are supposed to be. Wouldn't it be more prudent for people like you who attend these events to bring it to the attention of the organizers that they're not adhering to their own rules, as opposed to the state stepping in and banning it for everybody, where maybe there are instances where rules are being followed?
If I had not done that, I wouldn't be here. There's been numerous times that the fair has been contacted. There's been even protests. There's been articles written in the paper, and there have been no changes. So you can only forgive, if that's a word, for so long before you say we have to take it up to the next notch. I've been going to pig scrambles now for 3 years.
Okay, so
I have lots of ideas as to how to make a pig scramble more humane. If any fair organizer, rodeo, church barbecue dinner, if anybody, were interested in that. But at the moment, I've not seen that interest.
Okay. Representative Potenza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's kind of a follow-up on her, because that was going to be my question. So do you feel as if you've done everything possible to communicate to all the organizers, everything, and others outside of you to say, hey, we're okay if you do this scramble, but it really needs to be, there's a humane way to do it. And every single time over the last 3 years, the door has been shut. Is that where we're at this point?
So I can only speak from my area, and I know these scrambles are taking place in other parts of the state. I live in Chesterfield, which is where Vermont and Massachusetts and New Hampshire come together. So I can only speak for that small area. Have I gone to like Coos County or wherever and worked with fairs in those areas? No, I have not. So if you're asking me, have I exhausted every single avenue, I think that is an ask that's too big for one person.
Follow up?
One follow-up, and then Representative King?
Yes, no. I was just asking, I wouldn't expect you to do that. I was just asking if you've pretty much exhausted everything, all the resources in regards with your current local area.
I feel I have.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative King?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking questions. As far as the statute goes, it's very specific about pig scrambles, but it seems to me if there's a willingness of people to engage in these kinds of activities, you might ban this, and then next year you're going to start seeing chicken scrambles and lamb scrambles. This just almost seems like you're playing whack-a-mole with all the potential, cruel games that mankind can play towards animals. How do you address something like that? I mean, you might get people to obey the letter of the law, but not the spirit of the law.
So this bill is actually based on a bill out of Minnesota, and the Minnesota bill includes many more things. The reason why mine was limited to pig scrambles is I have a personal theory that a bill, first of all, I want to know if I understand it. Do I need it? And can it be enforced? And I feel that this bill answers yes to all three of those questions. I could have very easily added turkey shoots or whatever to the bill, but I wanted to start and keep it very simple. And as for your question, some of those things that you're mentioning, I haven't seen evidence of those at fairs or wherever. I do see pig scrambles.
Representative Germana.
And I'm sorry, can I just add one thing?
You certainly
I'm sorry.
can.
And as to interest, I think that it would be very possible for organizations to offer activities that would be just as interesting and fun to watch kids maneuver in, that would not involve abusive animals. For instance, how about a obstacle course where you push a greased watermelon through it, or a corn shucking contest, and then the corn could be fed to the animals at the fair. How about karaoke to country music? I mean, there's so many other things that are actually wheelbarrow races. These are things that are done on a farm. And so I think it's possible to substitute something else that's just as interesting.
Representative Germano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you, Representative Harvey. Thank you for taking my question. This has just occurred to me. I've heard you talk about this bill before, and I appreciate you bringing it. But I was wondering if one option might be to require there to be a livestock veterinarian present.
There already is.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. Forgive me if I don't know this, maybe you do. Do we have at the state level, especially through the Department of Ag, do we have a fair commission where they would approve I do know that the Ag does approve the permits for fairs, but is there a commission that's set up to make sure that these fairs are running legally or have their permits, or if there's any questions? Do we have anything like that in the state?
I've not heard of something like that. It sounds like maybe that might be a good idea, but I've not heard of that. That doesn't mean there isn't one. It just means that I haven't heard of it.
Follow up?
Follow up.
If in fact we don't have one, would you be willing to propose something like that in lieu of something like this? Because I think that maybe if we can get all of the fairs on one page and present them with a list of things that may be an alternative to this, we can kind of push them in that direction instead of banning outright. Do you think you would be, agreeable to that?
I'd have to see the wording of it before I can say yes or no. I'd have to see how that's worded. My question would be, would such a commission have any teeth? As I said, is it enforceable? If you're just forming a commission to just make nice suggestions to fairs, then probably not. But does it have teeth that says you can't have the fair next year because of these violations? That might. But I would have to see that, if that's a fair answer to you.
No, it is absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for introducing the bill.
And thank you for the time, and thank you for all of your questions. They were very interesting.
Okay, thank you. So our next bill is supposed to be heard at 3:00, and I have 6, 7, 8 pink cards. So I know we're going to run late on this for the next bill hearing. What I'd like to do is limit everybody's testimony to 3 minutes. And go from there. So that way, at least we have, we're not using up so much time, but we do want to hear from everybody. So I will be timing people at 3 minutes, and I call the next person up is Kurt Ehrenberg from the Humane World for Animals.
Good afternoon, Chairman Aaron and committee members. I'm Kurt Ehrenberg. I'm the New Hampshire State Director for Humane World for Animals. And on behalf of our supporters across the state, I respectfully urge you to vote ought to pass on HB 1013. I will try to be extremely brief. It's cruel to the animal. Just picture yourself being chased by a mob in an enclosed space, can't get away. The pigs have a highly intelligent animal. If you think about your own pet, dog or cat being in that type of situation, same kind of thing for this this animal. It desensitizes us, our children, to cruelty. What kind of message does it send when we are using animals for objects for our amusement rather than treating them like living beings capable of fear and pain? We should foster stewardship and respect for agriculture, not frame the domination of vulnerable animals as sport. There are some public health risks to treating the pigs this way that could cause the more of a likelihood of shedding pathogens such as salmonella, E. coli, that pose a direct risk to humans who might be participating in these contests. We in New Hampshire have a proud tradition of humane treatment and responsible agriculture. HB 1013 does not threaten agricultural education or 4-H programs. It simply draws the line at using animal suffering as entertainment. Please vote inexpedient to legislate on this. To pass.
Thank you.
Oh my!
Okay, well, that's the second ITL request.
That's
we've
a
had today.
terrible mistake.
Thank you. Anybody have questions for Mr. Ehrenberg? Seeing none, thank you for
Thank
your
you.
testimony this
I apologize.
afternoon. Joan O'Brien.
Yeah, thank you. Chair members, I'm Joan O'Brien. I am the president of the New Hampshire Animal Rights League, and we support the bill. Scenes of children grabbing pigs by the leg and shoving them into bags really upset a lot of New Hampshire citizens. And we have a long history of protesting at these pig scrambles. Catherine Harvey did such a great job describing them. I've crossed out a lot of what I was going to read. I think we might have been at the same pig scramble. So our fundamental objection is not that we think the pigs are necessarily terrified and being injured, because I've actually seen pig scrambles where it's done very well. I think the Deerfield Fair does a very good job, and I think they seem to follow the rules and from what I observed. But the objection is that they're being used for entertainment regardless of their wishes. It's obvious that the piglets don't want to be grabbed by kids and put in bags. And doing it reinforces mindset that what the people want matters more than what the animals want. And that's a simple idea that lies at the heart of what we do when we work towards animal rights. It's why is it always that what the people want comes before what the animals want? I saw the pigs not being thought of at the Cheshire Fair, not being offered water like the hot, tired kids were. It just seemed like there was this collective blind spot for what the pigs might be experiencing inside these bags. It must have been hot and scared and not knowing what was going to happen next. The children naturally possess empathy and compassion for animals, things that make the world kinder and better. And I think farm traditions like pig scrambles sort of train that out of them. I mean, today they're shoving a pig in a bag, and then tomorrow they're hardening their heart to send that very pig off to slaughter. So I believe that these agricultural fairs today actually serve more as theater. Well, we have farms in New Hampshire that still, match that model of the happy, farm, backyard farm. 99% of the pigs raised for food in this country are in windowless sheds, and they never see the light of day. And that's where the bacon and the ham and the pork that's in our New Hampshire grocery stores and our restaurants and the State House cafeteria comes from. It's not from those pigs that we see at the Deerfield Fair. So I've got a few pictures in my testimony they're from the Cheshire Fair. I wrote Deerfield Fair. And I thank you for your consideration. And if you have questions, I'll take them.
Thank you. Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at those pictures. So I guess I don't understand, because I saw the pig scramble. I've seen two. One at a fair in Massachusetts, and then one at the Deerfield Fair. And the Deerfield Fair doesn't operate like this. They do use those burlap sacks. I still didn't like watching it, but that's a whole thing. But how long are they hanging out in these bags, and why are they in these bags? Is because they got the pig and then they're going to then keep the pig, correct?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, those pictures are from the Cheshire Fair. I wrote Deerfield, that's a mistake in my testimony. How long they stay in the bags, I guess, depends on what the family decides to do. I mean, as Representative Harvey mentioned, in the application for the scramble, it says bring a carrier. We strongly recommend you bring a carrier for your pig, but I didn't see any carriers. I just saw them in the bags.
Representative Comtois?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. The one thing I noticed, you said the Deerfield Fair is doing it correctly, but other places are not following the law. So
Rules.
following the rules.
Their own rules.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, for that clarification. So it seems to me that if someone is doing it correctly and following the rules, the biggest problem that we're having right now is people aren't following the rules, which is what we're seeing here. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. I think that probably is correct, although the model itself is just ripe for abuse because you get all riled up and you're running around chasing pigs and things are going to go wrong. I've only been to 2. At the Deerfield Fair, they actually had parents in supervising their children to make sure they followed the rules, and I was very impressed by that.
Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer this or not, but, when I think about historically, I mean, when I think of like the old Barnum and Bailey carnivals and stuff like that, where they would like electrocute the elephants and like whip the tigers and do all sorts of like nasty stuff to get compliance out of these animals. What happened for us to get to the point where it's like, okay, we all recognize that's not allowed. You can't do that anymore. Was there like a specific law every single time you can't electrocute your elephant, you can't whip the tiger? Or was there some sort of like kind of broad overarching law that was like, look, you have to treat your animals with respect? And if that is the case, why don't these types of games already fall under that purview? I'm still just trying to wrap my head around the idea of like, do we need to pass a law every single time we come up with a game that's cruel to animals? Or can we just come up with some sort of a law that's just like, hey, treat your animals with respect? End of story.
We already have that under the animal cruelty laws, but go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We do have, what we have though is woefully inadequate. I mean, the Animal Welfare Act doesn't really do much except ensure that you don't like beat them to death or starve them to death, and make sure there's a roof over their head if they're a certain kind of animal. I love your idea, Representative King. I think we should just have one bill that says, we don't abuse and exploit animals for entertainment or any other reason.
Any other questions, Representative Potenza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is this, there was a game that I saw. It was a maze that they put the pig in and then they put the child in, and they both had to go through the maze, and basically the pig usually won over the child or whatever. Would you be okay with that kind of game in a sense, because it's not chasing the pig or whatever? It was like a maze that I saw this at a fair one time about 4 years ago. And then it was timed in a sense. So, and whoever, like there was, you were able to leave with a piglet or whatever if you won. So, but not in a bag or anything like that. Is that something that would be okay? Like that would be considered okay to do?
Thank you for the question. I guess it comes back to Representative King's question, do we have some sort of overarching rule? I'm really most concerned about bacon versus any of these games, because that's where the life of a pig is horrific.
Okay, Representative Minor.
So to follow up on Representative Potenza's question, so if the pig wins, does he get to take home a kid?
He doesn't. He doesn't get to take home.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think of, when I think of animal cruelty, like where do we draw the line? For example, calf roping. The calf is running around, catch it by its back foot, it goes down on its face, and then it's wrestled to the ground. But there doesn't seem to be a lot of protesting against that. Where exactly do we draw the line?
Thank you. People do protest calf roping. So I think in the case of calf roping, and we also protest bull riding, it's done for entertainment, but there's clear documentation of animal injuries. Like people don't realize it, but bulls often break their legs or their backs at the bull riding. Most people don't see that, so they think it's harmless fun. Whenever people have been able to record, animals getting hurt, that's when things usually, enforcement comes and cracks down.
Okay, follow up.
So why are we being so specific about pigs? I mean, to Representative King's question, do we need a broader bill to cover these things? And do we stop the traditions that are behind them in New Hampshire alone or something?
Thank you. I think just historically, we just tend to go issue by issue. Often it's some sort of charismatic animal that captures our heart. And so we fight for that. And then we look and there's something else, we fight for that. But all along, you're changing the overall mindset towards animals.
Okay, and I see no other hands up. So I'd like to call Rob Johnson from New Hampshire Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Rob Johnson, representing the New Hampshire Farm Bureau as the Federation's policy director. And we oppose the bill. With proper oversight, supervision, these are family events that many children, it gives them the opportunity to something that they look forward to and puts them close to livestock in a way that they would not otherwise be. We do not believe, again, properly supervised and overseen, that it causes harm to the pigs. And I mean, I think you're probably aware. I mean, these events are quite popular. If you look, when they're scheduled at the fair, there's a crowd. I know when my children were young and wanted to participate, you have to sign up. And I think of probably the 15 or 20 times that they signed up, I think one of them was chosen once because there were just so many children that want to do it. And as far as some of what was said, certainly we as an organization would not condone, a piglet being dragged across a yard area. Plastic bags. I think what you may be thinking of are like a dump bag where an animal couldn't breathe. My guess is that the fair was using a grain bag, which is woven plastic. I mean, the proper bag, at least what I'm familiar with, has always been the burlap bags. I mean, not all fairs are in August. I'm more familiar with as another speaker said, the Deerfield Fair. That's where I live in the area. All this being said, we see this as an opportunity. Instead of just mandating and saying to the fairs that do hold these events, no, get rid of them, period, and lose that opportunity for children to experience livestock like they do, is to, and I say this because we recognize as farmers that these scrambles are not recognized animal handling practices. I mean, I look at it, for those of you that don't know me, I have a small herd of cattle. I have usually 8 to 10 brood cows, and each year I have about a half a dozen calves. I can tell you, I would not want, when it comes time to gather the calves, I would not want to grab 10 of my friends and start running at them. That would not work for obvious reasons. So again, maybe this is an opportunity where, as a committee, you task the Department of Agriculture with coming up with some best handling practices for these types of events. It's certainly something we would want to participate in. That group could, veterinarians could also provide, I think, in other animal livestock type specialists, individuals could participate with. And
Your time is up, Mr. Johnson. I'm sorry, 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
But anybody have any questions for Mr. Johnson? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Since you're from the New Hampshire Farm Bureau, do you have any involvement in the fair planning or the rules, et cetera?
No, the fairs are run independently.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're not state-run entities.
Representative Scully, would you like to take your seat? Thank you. Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have also had conversations with many people. I was wondering who wants to catch a greased pig, but there are many people who I've had conversations with who, like you said, interact with livestock at 4-H programs and things like that, where some programs of theirs, which might not be as cruel as these images that we're seeing from Cheshire Fair, but are livestock interactions that these children who are working with livestock in their daily interactions have that might be covered by this. And my question to you, Mr. Johnson, is, so the Farm Bureau would be supportive if the committee moved forward in putting this in rulemaking authority and saying to the Department of Agriculture, I'd like you to look at this to make sure that there is proper oversight of the different fairs and activities happening in the state to ensure that interactions that are happening with livestock are happening in a sensible, healthy, non-torturous way.
Yeah, yes, if the department would develop some best handling practices to help guide the fairs, I think over time. What I'm getting at is when I look at it, again, I mentioned a pig scramble. If I'm going to gather animals, I'm just not going to run at them. And there's a way to educate our children in that patience and moving slowly, and as far as that goes, how to pick the animal up and how to hold them. It could be very nicely incorporated into such an event that I think the public would enjoy. But I don't think we're going to get there. It's like anything. People don't like to be said, no, you can't do that, period. If there's some guidelines that we can point to, and I think it would be better for everybody, for the animals, for the fairs, for the public, and in education all around.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Christina Snyder. You put your microphone on, yeah. Welcome to our
afternoon.
committee.
There we go. Thank you for having me here today. I have a couple points and I'll try to be brief. I have, in about 2017, I started protesting pig scrambles, and I did do a petition at that time, and that petition garnered over 100,000 signatures, including several thousand from New Hampshire. So clearly there are quite a few members of the public against pig scrambles. I've been to the Cheshire Fair, and I've also been to Lancaster Fair pig scrambles. When I was at the Cheshire Fair, I did see pretty much what everybody else said that they saw there, with the heat and the pigs in the bags. And one incident where the family won a pig, and they went and brought the pig back to the grandstands, and then they put the piglet on the ground and just left it there. And it was 94 degrees, I believe. I brought an actual temperature gauge with me, and the pig was just writhing on the floor. And the snout was not through the slit, so the piglet could not breathe. And then finally, after I took a picture and I took a video of that. And then when I was at the Lancaster Fair, I stood up there in the grandstand and I watched, and it was little kids all running around chasing the piglets, and because they were so little, they couldn't catch any of the pigs. However, the announcer at that point said, well, catch them here, catch them there, catch them this way. And then what he eventually ended up saying was, just grab them any way that you can. Do whatever you can to get a pig. So even the announcer just announced that they didn't have to follow the rules. So I really feel that this has been going on since last decade when I started protesting. And more people are getting involved, and more people are waking up to the cruelty of pig scrambles. And we're here today, and clearly there is a problem that does need a solution. We can pretty much assert that. So I just hope that this committee can come up with something to address what I consider blatant animal cruelty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sit before you as a suburbanite who is not a vegan and who tries to be vegetarian but struggles. And these bills are so hard because animal cruelty is something I think we all need to care about. So I was just wondering if there is a vet, and I see ours is here, that's on site at these fairs, could they not be tasked with coming to the rescue of what is a abusive situation, or do they not, is that not their job? Do they not, I don't understand what they do if they don't, if they couldn't be called upon to intercede for breaking the rules for the kind of thing that shouldn't be allowed, isn't supposed to be allowed.
There was a veterinarian on site. It was announced that there was, however, I couldn't clearly see who that person was. There wasn't a designation. They weren't in an outfit or a uniform to designate that. And this happens very quickly. You know, when you're in the pig scramble, I have several videos and pictures of, I believe Representative Harvey mentioned that there were adult women in one of the scrambles, and it's quick. They're on the pig. They're grabbing the pig snout. They're grabbing under the belly. They're doing these things, and it's quick and it's frantic. It's very hard to see exactly what's going on and keep your eye on everything that's happening. So there was a veterinarian there, but I didn't know who that person was, and I didn't know who I could go get help for the piglet that I saw on the ground in the bag.
Thank you.
Representative King?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've never been to one of these pig scrambles, so I'm just taking everybody's word for it. What you're describing almost sounds like there's a bunch of people involved in this, both the participants and the organizers, who really don't have any idea how to take care of a pig. It seems kind of weird to me that like somebody could win a pig and then not have any clue how to even take care of a pig. It's like I remember as a kid, you know, you'd throw little ping pong balls and you'd win like a goldfish, you know, and you keep it in a plastic bag until you got home. And it's like, that's not a goldfish. You can't just leave it in the plastic bag all day long like that. And do you even know what you're going to do with that pig when you take it home?
Is there a question here?
Oh yeah. So, do you find that there's a lot of people that just win these pigs and then have no clue what they're doing, what to do with them? And then what do they do with the pigs later?
Sometimes I've done some research, and sometimes they're looked to be returned. They're brought to other farms, or they are kept, and then they make that realization that we do not know what we're doing, and then they have to try to find somewhere to place the animal correctly. So it's mostly about the contest, and a lot of people don't seem to think about the after consequences of actually owning this animal and what it will look like, because a cute little piglet doesn't stay a cute little piglet. So, and they realize that sometimes, and it gets them into trouble.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
Linda Demure? Demeyer? I'm sorry, I can't read it. Please state your name.
My name is Linda Dion.
Dion, can you spell that, please?
Dione.
Okay, Dion. Thank you
I
very
always
much.
had to say that. I'm from Raymond, New Hampshire, and I want this bill to pass. I think it is cruelty. I watched a video. I've never been to one, but I watched a video, and it's similar to what they described, where the pig was frantically writhing in the plastic bag until he could find the hole to put his snout through. It was very sad. These animals are very smart. Pigs are very smart. I think you know that. It's probably been mentioned. Pigs don't sweat, so when they're tied in a plastic bag, they're not able to sweat. That's why they're like mud baths and that type of thing. What else? I was wondering why they were using plastic bags, so I did a little bit of looking online and stuff, and I guess they're empty food bags that they use now. Because at first I was thinking, plastic bags, you know, that's not a good use of plastic bags. You know, we should, you know, reduce our use of plastic bags. But I guess this is a reused plastic bag. So the pig can't breathe in that thing. Children take the pigs home. Many of the kids grow attached. They fall in love with their little pig. very soon the pig turns into this big, huge animal that no one can take care of, that it doesn't have a farm. So the kid has to give up his pig, which he fell in love with, or she. So anyway, I think everything else has been said, but I just want to say that, you know, I love animals, but I also love children. And I think a lot of children get their hearts broken. So this is to protect children too, because they get their hearts broken when they have to give up this little pig that they fell in love with. And that's all I have.
Okay. Representative Wheeler, you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Maybe this is the naivete of being young or something like that, but I'm wondering, is there ever a place, because it just feels to me this has been so sensationalized, is there ever a place or a scenario in which catching a pig is fine? Because if it's being done in all these different places at all these different fairs, I guess maybe it's just, again, my own naivete, but I find it hard to believe that all these farmers across the state are allowing the abject torture of pigs to happen at these fairs. I was going to say farms.
You know nothing about farming then. If you don't know about the cruelty involved in farming, can I write you about that? Can I send you an
You
email?
can absolutely, but can I ask a follow-up?
Sure, as long as it's a question.
I will.
We
It is
have-
going to
we
be a
have
question.
A couple more
Sorry.
pink
Well, you
sheets
don't have to
here.
apologize to me for calling me naive, although I would maybe think
You
about.
called yourself it first.
No.
I,
All right.
my question.
Let's continue. Move along.
My
here.
question is, farmers, I think, are interacting with the animals in more ways than I think most of the people in this room are. And the idea that farming, small scale farming, is abusive is wrong. So I just would welcome any information that you have.
Yeah, no, small family farms are not that bad, I guess. It's mainly factory farming that we're so concerned about, and that's what most of your food is coming from.
Okay, and
Yeah,
so that
and it's very
that
cruel.
does not have anything to do with this bill.
No, it doesn't. I think, I think to answer your question, I think these pig scrambles are declining. I think people are realizing that, because I think Stratham Fair used to have one, and Steve Sproul, the cruelty investigator for the SPCA, complained about the pig scramble at Stratham Fair at one time. I don't think Stratham no longer, they might, I'm not really sure. But anyway, I think it is declining.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate you coming out
Yeah,
to
thank you
testify
very
today.
much.
Sarah Chauvenard?
Looks like I'm on.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you, members of the committee and chairperson. My name is Sarah Chenard. I live in Antrim, New Hampshire, and I'm here just as a member of the state. When I heard about this bill, I was alarmed. I have not attended one of these pig scrambles, thankfully, in my life. However, I did work at a farmed animal sanctuary for several years, where I got to personally know 30 individual pigs, all who had been abused, neglected, or involved in natural disasters in the past. And I was able to see firsthand how incredibly emotional and intelligent these animals are. We're talking the level of intelligence of 3-year-old children. And so that is significant. That's smarter than dogs. And that is, again, I have a 3-year-old niece. I wouldn't put her into a pit and allow 600-pound pigs to chase her around. I don't want to reduce things to the absurd, but I think that this entire practice is absurd. I believe that they're so emotional. And like I've heard from the previous testimony, injuries happen a lot. Guess what happens if a pig breaks a leg during this contest? Do you think the family is going to take it to the local vet and spend $400,000-$600,000 to get a cast and set it? I mean, we at the sanctuary that I worked at, we put animals in prosthetics. We had animals in carts. We were doing what we could, but we were taking lots of donations to do so. Folks aren't going to be doing that. We need to really address the fact that we even have an issue that this is being discussed. Let's stop the animal cruelty. And I really also don't think we should equate things to, well, we've done this always. It's happening in other states. It's happening in other places. We've done this for years and years. Come on, we've seen that happen in the past. We've had to change things about our own country and the rules that we follow. Let's go ahead and make some common sense decisions here, and ought to pass.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I will call Bob Switzer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee. Uh, My name's Bob Switzer from Sullivan, New Hampshire, and most of my experience has been at the Cheshire Fair. I've protested and gone to the fair not dozens of times, but at least the last 10 years I've been checking it out. And one of the things that has been mentioned is the rules. And it appears to me that these rules are strictly for preventing physical damage. But as Representative Harvey mentioned, you have this whole psychological aspect to pigs and their intelligence. And the one thing that chasing does do is cause trauma. And that is not going to be corrected by rules. The style of the game has to change in order for there not to be that kind of mental cruelty. And I've taken my phone to the Cheshire Fair, and I was standing at the fence videotaping one of the events. And one of the officials saw me and came running over and stood right in front of me so that my camera was blocked. So I moved down the fence line. He moved with me. So that tells me that they are aware that there is a component of the public that doesn't like what's going on. And the other thing I did is I went to the 4-H office in Keene and walked in and asked to speak to one of the staff. And as soon as I mentioned pig scrambles, the next word out of her mouth was, "We don't have anything to do with the scrambles at the Cheshire Fair." And, you know, it was obvious to me that that is not part of good farming practices. And she was aware of that. And she didn't want to talk about this pig scrambles at all. So anyway, I think that it is a cruel event, and obviously there's other ways that kids can be taught to interact with animals. And one of the things that I happen to do is I volunteer at Vine Sanctuary in Springfield, Vermont, which is a farm animal sanctuary. And one of the women that works there grew up in Ohio, and she said that she used to go to pig scrambles, but there were no bags, and the animals were treated carefully, and people took their animals home in carriers. So again, you could make some modifications, but I don't think the chasing should be allowed at all. I think that's the key component to scrambling that is really destructive. And as people have said, it doesn't teach the kids how to really kindly interact with animals.
Okay.
And so,
With that, your time is up.
Yep.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for coming out to testify this afternoon. And my last pink card is Representative Joseph Barton from Grafton. Anybody else wish to speak on this bill, please send up a pink card. But we have pretty much run out of time, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just got this text message from Charlotte here. She says, ITL this. I personally oppose this bill because it would eliminate the state's only remaining bipartisan fitness program. Nothing, especially where I'm from in Lancaster, nothing brings divided communities together like chasing a 200-pound pig that's running at 18 miles per hour, 5 grown adults immediately reconsidering their life choices. You can't buy that type of cardio or character development. Also, pigs have clearly been winning for years. At this point, it's less sport and more an annual reminder that humans are not apex predators without Wi-Fi. I wanted to address some of the concerns that I've heard in the previous testimony. I'll do it quickly. Aren't so much about the sport or the game, but what happens after. And this bill doesn't seem to seek to legislate how people take care of their animals after. They just want to prevent the sport. And I've seen pig scrambles. I wouldn't call them pig scrambles because you're basically just trying to get a greased pig. You're not doing anything harmful. You just kind of tackle it. There are different types of of sports with pigs, but it's something that's been part of the Lancaster Fair for a long time, and I wouldn't want to see it eliminated. They are pigs, and as Charlotte depicted, it's better to be in a game of sport than at the slaughterhouse. So I truly, this bill should be ITL'd.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Barton? Representative Wheeler.
It's not a question, it's just a comment for the clerk.
I'll
No
take-
props in
I'll
this
take
legislature,
questions.
Mr. Barton.
I'll
No
take
props.
questions. I'll submit that image as written testimony.
All right, Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I'm wondering, I grew up going to the Washington County Fair in Vermont. And what I'm wondering really, I'm hearing the value of this for community, but really do you think a lot of people are going to say, I love the fair, but you know what? They don't have a pig scramble anymore, so I'm not going. Do you think families leave the fair at the end of the day and if there's not a pig scramble, they say, you know what? That was a complete waste of time.
I grew up across the street from the Lancaster Fair, and it never stopped me from going. But I don't know. I kind of like the sport. So for other
follow up?
people, I don't think so.
I mean, just because I hear that what you're saying, and I respect that.
Yeah.
But I mean, do you think that it will cease to draw the community's interest, those fairs, which have a lot to offer, without this? Without this, does the fair cease to have the value that we agree that fairs have?
If it went away, I don't think that people would stop going. I know the Lancaster Fair since I was a little kid. I've been going to, as an adult, and the numbers of people seem to be growing each year. I don't think that's necessarily attributed to one particular game of sport, but maybe some people look forward to that each year. There's certainly plenty of other contests and animal stuff going on at these types of fairs. And I've been to most of them, with the exception of the Cheshire Fair. I've been to every fair in the state.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And I have a question. Do you think that if people don't want to see this kind of sport, that they should stay away? And there are people who do enjoy seeing this kind of thing, should still have the opportunity to participate?
I think that's certainly an option. There are certainly plenty of events at the fair that I don't really care for, so I don't attend those. If people don't want to see a pig scramble, don't go to the pig scramble, or don't go to the fair altogether. Don't support it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Seeing none. I don't see any more pink cards for this, and I would like to see the blue sheet for HB 1013. On the online portal, we had 131 persons sign in supporting this bill and 9 in opposition. And the blue sheet we have. And thank you, everybody, for adhering to a 3-minute testimony time period. I appreciate that. We had 3 people in favor and 3 people opposed. And with that, I'm going to close out the hearing on HB 1013. Okay. We now come to, let's see, it's 3:33. We are running late, and I'm going to open up the hearing on HB 1766, which is relative to cruelty to livestock. And this is, let's see, hold on, 1766. This is Representative Comtois is going to be introducing this bill to us this afternoon. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Barbara Comtois, Belknap 7, representing Alton and Barnstead. I bring before you House Bills 1766-FN. This is a bill that we have been working on for several years. And many legislatures have gone through this. This bill before you is a culmination of a meeting that was held back in the fall with all stakeholders, with the New Hampshire Farm Bureau, with the Department of Ag, with the New Hampshire Humane Society, with the SPCA, with the chiefs and the sheriffs. All stakeholders were at a meeting, and we took a bill that we had passed in the House last year and brought it forth. And the bill before you is a culmination of the input of all of those parties. All of those parties, we took out the parts that were egregious to some, we clarified some language, and everybody in this bill is a culmination of all of that work. There are several people in this committee who have worked on this tirelessly over the years. It is a statute that we created in this committee and that we have cleaned up, and this is now some revisions to it. I just saw an email from the commissioner that has some language changes that he would like to make to the bill. I'm sure that the state veterinarian will speak to those changes. But I don't think we're going to get better. I mean, with the exception of maybe some few minor language changes based on the recommendation from the commissioner and the state vet. This is a good bill, in my opinion. And I think because we took into account everybody's input, that there's really not much else we can do. I know that we've all received some emails, but the stakeholders were involved in this bill. And I think that's important to note and was agreed upon in the fall. So I'm entertain any questions.
Representative King, you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, we don't have last year's bill to compare to, but could you just walk us through this real quick and just tell us what's different from last year's bill to make the improvements that because I know there was a few things last time you wanted to change for this term, and now can you just tell us what they are?
Well, there are a few changes. So, like I said, we work with the chiefs of police, the sheriffs, the Humane Society, and things. And we took out language and clarified language. One of the things that we did had to do with fundraising. We changed that language so that fundraising still could be done, but it couldn't be, nobody's name could be used, because in this country we're innocent until proven guilty. At least that's the premise that we're supposed to go on. And that should be throughout all of statute and all of law. And so we made sure that that was one of the things that couldn't happen. We also, put in the sheriffs. I don't know the exact of everything, but we actually changed some language that made everything flow better. And I don't know if Representative Bixby has anything to add on this, because he's been involved in this for quite some time also. But the crux of the bill is to make sure that there's an avenue that protects both the animal and the person who owns the animal. And right now we don't have that in current statute. And I think that is why this bill has come forth. I think it's very important to understand that we have to protect both.
Representative Germana.
Madam Chair, thank you, Representative, for taking my question. And if you'll refresh my memory, because we probably talked about this before, with the provision, this is on page 2, lines 11 to 13. This has to do with fundraising that you just referred to.
11 through 13, right.
at line 12, any donations raised using the stories or likenesses of the animals in protective custody shall be used only to offset the cost of care of such animals. I remember us talking about that, but I'm trying to imagine what the enforcement mechanism here is. Like, I mean, how would we know that an organization was using the money for funds that it shouldn't be?
I believe, and again, thank you for the question, but I believe that the department has what they determine reasonable cost of care is. And so they actually know what that cost should be and a formula that does that. So if the story or the likeness of the animal in protective custody and they're raising money off that animal, there's no way that there is no enforcement mechanism that tells us how much they've raised. But I would hope, not assume, but would hope that these organizations are looking out for the best interest of the animal. So therefore, we're putting those funds towards that. Okay. That's all I can say.
Thank you.
Representative Scully and then Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I will read the bill in its entirety. I haven't read it all yet. Perhaps you can answer this question. If an animal or animals are taken into protective custody and subsequent to that being done, the person is found to be not guilty of any type of abuse charges, who bears the cost of the quartering the animals? Housing them, not quartering them.
Thank you for the question, Representative Scully. I think the first paragraph, right, is really important here. No animal shall be confiscated unless a person is charged under this section, and the investigating officer for a case involving livestock shall be accompanied by the state veterinarian or his designee. So I think that when we already have the state or his veterinarian or his designee involved in this, lets us know what's going on. So I guess I can't answer that question. I haven't, but this bill seeks to clarify why an animal can be confiscated.
May I ask a quick follow-up?
Sure.
Thank you. Patience. I was looking at page 2, starting at line 16.
Okay.
And it said, except as provided in the subparagraph, any appropriate law enforcement officer or municipal officer may take into temporary protective custody any animal when the owner or caretaker is not present. So I was referring to that scenario where the animal might be taken for whatever reason. I'm sure good ones, but if it's found that the owner was doing nothing wrong, who bears the cost at that point?
That is a good question, Representative Scully. So thank you.
Well, we can look into it.
Absolutely.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to commend you for your attempts to get that balance between the owners and the animals, because I remember when this case came before us the first time, it was really hard to tell, who was the judge and jury on who did wrong and what condition the animals were in. So I guess my question for you is, as far as the state of the animals go, you have your veterinarian or designee there. Is that person involved in the original decision to take the animals, or is it after the animals have returned, have been taken into custody?
Thank you for the question, Representative Howard. It says here, no animals shall be confiscated unless, okay? And the state veterinarian or designee doesn't have to be there in person. They can also be there by video, which is extremely important because they may be on site somewhere else and something needs to be determined immediately. And that's why we wanted to make sure that we include video in there. Timeliness is of the essence.
Representative Wheeler, you may take your seat if you like. Representative Bixby.
Okay, so one of the challenging things in this bill is the distinction between confiscation and temporary custody. And I think that needs a little bit more clarification for those of us who haven't been in the weeds of this bill for a long time. Could you speak to that?
Thank you for the question, Representative Bixby. And it's been a bit, and I after Representative Scully just brought that information that up, I think it's something that we could discuss in our work session,
which will be next week. Okay, any other questions for Representative Comtois? Seeing none, thank you for introducing the bill to the committee.
you,
Again, we
Madam
have
Chair.
several cards. We need to be out of here by 5 o'clock. So I am going to limit testimony to 3 minutes again on this bill. And I would call up now Charles Stanton from New Hampshire Humane Society and Animal Rights Foundation.
Before you start the timer, my organization was not involved at all in what was just discussed. I'm New Hampshire Humane Society. I've been here for 7 years. I just want to make sure there's a point of clarification in the record.
Sure.
Thank you for giving me some time. I just needed to clarify because the organization was inaccurately referenced, but I do have an answer for Representative Scully about the financial obligations. If you want to follow up, I'd be happy to have that discussion. I'm Charles Stanton, New Hampshire Humane Society Animal Rights Foundation. We have programs in the United States, United Kingdom, Canada, and Brazil. I want to briefly acknowledge something that Representative King said earlier about about a game of whack-a-mole. I can't remember what the reference was, but I have to admit that I laughed because that's how we feel. The number of legislations related to animal welfare is completely out of proportion with the size of this industry. So I just want all of you to hear that from me and probably from many of the others of us. We can't navigate. It's too much. I also want to note the irony from earlier today. During the discussion about House Bill 1013, we talked about the importance of empowering veterinarians to act when they see possible mistreatment. It's a great suggestion, by the way. However, we're currently removing the authority of animal welfare experts and veterinarians to serve. And 1766 is one of those examples. So it does gut a lot of the activity that experts are able to engage. So reread through that lens. I'm trying to move as quickly as possible. That's the reason I'm rushing. New Hampshire Humane Society currently partners with 19 New Hampshire police departments. This work is neither easy nor inexpensive. It is part of our mission through private fundraising, which I personally do from individuals and foundations and various events throughout the year, and not from tax dollars. We provide services that would otherwise fall directly to municipal budgets. Those services include low-cost veterinary care, the distribution of 250,000 pounds of free pet food and supplies each year to people who are in need. We house stray animals for police departments. We house seized animals and protective custody animals. The list goes on. All of this is on behalf of police departments and in service of the courts. I'm sure you all are aware of that model. We also stepped in to absorb the costs of the disaster animal response team, which was cut from the state's budget. So I am personally taking care of the state's expense because we see it as being important. It's important to us and it's important to our mission. So I share that not as a slap on the hand, but to acknowledge that we're saving a lot of money for the state and all of the municipalities that we serve. I'm here because Bill 1766 continues to directly threaten that model. It may be well-intentioned, I have no doubt, but good intentions don't protect animals or communities. Well-structured systems do. In practice, this bill will create cruelty and neglect cases. It will increase redundant bureaucracy, and it will worsen outcomes for animals. We already have seized and protective custody animals sitting for months, and in some cases over a year, waiting for cases to be heard, solely as legal evidence and in a very restrictive system. Shelters are legally limited in the care that we can provide.
Your time is up, sir.
Holy smokes.
Any questions for Mr. Stanton?
I have a lot more to say.
Okay, thank you. You can submit written testimony as well. I'm sorry, we have a lot of people to cover here.
We're prepared to drop the contracts from our 19 municipalities if this moves forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Patricia Morris.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee. My name is Patricia Morris. I'm first here on behalf of the Governor's Commission for the Humane Treatment of Animals, where I've sat for since 2009 through both Republican and Democratic governors. I was chair for 13 years and now just a member. The commission is made up of the Police Officers Association, sheriffs, state vet, representative from the House, Representative Comtois, the Senate. It is also animal societies such as the Humane Society, horse industries, sportsmen, and we discuss animal cruelty bills. And I'm here on behalf of the commission to state that a unanimous vote of the Governor's Commission opposes 1766 as written. And many of these were reflected in the stakeholder meeting that was discussed earlier. And they are stakeholders, but as written, I think each member representing their association has different concerns. In no way does this represent Governor Ayotte's opinion on this bill whatsoever. It is the Governor's Commission on the Humane Treatment of Animals. So again, this has nothing to do with Governor Ayotte's thing. So then for myself personally, I am Patricia Morris. I've been practicing animal law in the tri-state area for 20 years. I teach animal law at UNH. I have tried several animal cruelty cases. I've been involved in investigations and also defended animal cruelty cases. So I can see all the sides here. I want to commend this bill on a couple different levels. I think written notice of vet inspection is exceptional during a seizure. It is so emotional and chaotic. I think the defendant needs, or the accused needs, to be told what rights they do have in writing. Vet treatment with permission from the owner, another great addition. And then donations raised must go to the care of confiscated animals. Absolutely. And in response to Representative Scully's, it is the municipality. If someone is found, if I seize 10 horses and I'm found, and they are found not guilty and then we return, it is on the municipality for that. So, but I do have to oppose this legislation as written. I have testimony there, so I'm not going to get into all of it because there are a lot of citations. But specifically, this was just mentioned, probable cause for livestock seizure by video. Absolutely not. If I'm defending someone on that, you can't, for livestock, you can't get a digital pulse, you can't get a temperature, you can't feel ribs, you can't feel the heat. If I was an accused and someone's on a video saying seize my animals, that's just no. They need to be in person. I want a thorough examination of the evidence you are going to take from me if you are going to be seizing that. Requiring the state veterinarian or a designee, I've been hearing for the past years. I just heard it in agricultural 1700 meetings. I heard it in the Senate Bill 446 meetings. The state veterinarian and Department of Agriculture is so out of resources, they are unable to do what they need to do. Giving them the responsibility here, specifically for livestock, or they have to get a designee. So they have to figure out what kind of livestock it is. They've got to go out and find a designee, tell the designee where to go. There is imminent danger here.
Okay, I'm sorry, your time is up as well. Question from Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had almost this exact same bill last year, but I don't remember or I don't recall you testifying. Can you tell me why you're just now coming to testify on this bill and why you hadn't in the past, or if you have in the past, why not last year? I don't know.
I was out of the country last year at this time, but I did send a written testimony to my senator when I was at the Senate, specifically with fixes for 616, many of which were actually brought in, especially Representative Bixby said, as far as same language, confiscation, seizure, temporary custody. Let's streamline it. Let's go from there.
Okay, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So you were able to give us a few of the pieces of the bill that you think are not workable. Is that the essence? If you had a chance to go on, would those have been the highlights of what you see is wrong with the bill?
I think probably the commissioner is going to bring forward some of my other concerns, and it's in my written testimony. But the law as written is unconstitutional, and it will be shot down on a court of law very quickly for that. You cannot hold someone who is accused of a crime's name, like they want to do in animal cruelty, until the case is adjudicated. You can read the Concord Patch any day, and if you were accused and arrested of a crime, you're in there driving the wrong way on 93 with reckless driving. Why are we protecting someone who's being accused of animal cruelty, but not someone who's accused of raping a child? Mm-hmm. It is a crime, and that's why you also seize evidence at the crime, not only when there's a life in danger. It's like saying to someone, oh, you're doing a reckless endangerment with a gun. But because Mr. Bixby's, Representative Bixby's life is not in danger, I'm not going to seize that gun. If you have probable cause that someone has committed a crime, you charge them with a crime. It doesn't have to be probable cause and imminent death. And this bill also has two different statutes in here, which one that says it must be imminent risk of the animal's life, and then the second one says life or health. So again, there's lack of consistency in how this is written, and the courts will strike it down as unconstitutional.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so the distinction between confiscation and temporary custody, could you speak to that and whether this bill deals with that well, or whether there's a problem with the way the bill deals with it?
I think that temporary custody and confiscation are, we just need to use the same word, because an animal that is confiscated goes into temporary custody. They're in the care of, be it a municipality or humane society or whatnot.
Okay, follow up.
Follow up, yeah.
Do you see there being a difference when someone is being charged with a crime, or when someone is absent, when the owner is absent and the animals are taken into custody because that person is absent?
Yeah, I was very curious. I never saw that in House Bill 616, that the owner, you can only confiscate animals and take them into protective custody if the owner isn't there. And that's confusing to me, because if there's probable cause that they've committed a crime, whether they're there or not, you should be able to confiscate the animal.
So the situation, one situation where this might come up is that if someone has been taken off to the hospital, if someone has arranged for care for their animals, is on vacation, and the person they arranged for the care is not there doing it, the animals may be unattended, and that would be a situation where temporary custody would be appropriate because the animals are unattended, but there is no crime. The owner has not committed a crime.
Understood. So I now understand what you're saying. The difference between temporary custody would not have someone accused. That being said, 644-8 does say neglect to provide care or sustenance is animal cruelty. So they could charge it, but even if they don't, I agree with the I believe that is a good differential, and I did not realize that's what this meant.
Would
Follow
would
up,
you
go ahead.
agree that it would make sense to maintain that differential for those cases where there's where the owner may in fact not be aware of might be absent and not in a position to deal with the animals, not through a willful act of negligence or any other of the mental
I defended
states?
someone with animal cruelty. Actually, they were on vacation, hired a farm keeper who took the money and ran.
Yeah.
And I would like to see the definition of temporary custody put into 644-8 so it's clear. But yes, I think that is a wonderful option to be able to do and not necessarily have to charge someone who may or may not be guilty of someone else's crime.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming and testifying. It did seem like we were moving towards increased use of telemedicine for humans because it's just so much more convenient, and to be able to get an expert set of eyes on a problem or a situation. I assume we were, again, trying to do this to find that compromise between somebody who's not qualified just grabbing an animal because they think it doesn't look good, and getting a veterinary involved with this. Do you see any reasonable way that we should make accommodations for the use of telemedicine and so that the vet can even ask intelligent questions like, can you feel the animal's ribs, or something, so we can make a better determination that the animal should indeed be confiscated or not?
I know that they're already doing vet consults, just regular consults over telehealth as well. But as far as I'm concerned, if I'm representing an accused and I've got only what's available versus video, and maybe the person out there, I just think I would rather have conclusive evidence of someone out there, a veterinarian who has put the hands on these pigs or horses or cows with a full-blown examination before that they are seized, versus someone sitting on a phone looking like this. I don't know. I just think it's too weak. I don't know any other crime that I guess there is, but that I would just send evidence in over the phone or just, I don't know.
My question to you is, you're on the governor's commission?
Yes.
Have you spoken to the governor directly about this bill?
I have not. Our chair has. Our chair of the commission.
The chair has?
Yes.
And has the chair reported back to you as to comments that the governor has made on this piece of legislation?
It is
proposed?
my understanding that I was told that I would be able to stand up on behalf of the commission and state what I did, as long as I stated that Governor Ayotte is not her opinion, and this is just the opinion of the governor's commission. It is not her opinion in any way, and she made no comments on the bill itself whatsoever.
Okay. All right, so the governor has not made any kind of opinion regarding this?
Not that we
bill?
are aware.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Bixby.
So my sense is we're probably going to be trying to amend this to some degree to iron out difficulties that have come forward. Would you be available for coming in
Absolutely.
to work sessions? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Yep. Next is Josie Best. And again, we have a 3-minute limit for testimony. Good afternoon, Ms. Best.
Afternoon, Chairperson. Josie Best. I'm from the woods over there in Unity on the other side of the state. I've raised pretty much all the animals except I've helped some neighbors with pigs. I haven't had them on my own property. Animals have taken me around the world. My husband and I shear not just sheep, but also alpacas and llamas, and so we've dealt with a lot of animals. I am also on the commission representing the Farm Bureau, and we've been working on this for a long, long time, and it's a really emotional, huge bill. I want it to pass the way it is. I think that we will continue to fine tune it, but the basic things in it are things that we really need. And one of the things that we're trying to prevent, and I couldn't hear everything that Trish said, but she's been in meetings that I've been in the meetings too, and I think we're on the same boat there, is to prevent animals being confiscated and taken away by people who don't really know what that kind of animal needs. And that goes back to some of your discussion about the pigs and so forth. We have so few people now who really do understand the difference between a sheep and a horse, and except for just visual. In terms of judging what kind of condition they're in and if they're being abused or not, it is not an easy thing. And it needs people who really are familiar with that species. And that's hard to find, and we've really had a battle trying to figure out how we could get either somebody from the state vet's office or somebody as a real designee, and that this is the best that we've done so far. I would like to see it pass with the knowledge that we're going to keep working on it and keep fine-tuning it. There's a real need out there to prevent animals being taken by somebody who doesn't really know what they're doing. And that's, to me, my bottom line and my closing sentence is the cruelest thing, really, the cruelest thing is to take an animal all of a sudden away from the place it's used to, the people it's used to, the food it's used to, the water it's used to, and the shelter that it's used to. And so we're trying with this bill to close that in a little bit and make sure that people who actually know that species and what's going on can help make the correct decisions. And I realize it still needs more work, but we do need to pass something to start with.
Okay, your
Thank
time
you.
is up. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Best? Seeing none, thank you for coming and giving us your testimony this afternoon. Jennifer Peabody.
Hello.
Hi.
Excuse me, I'm going to read this so I can get it in 3 minutes. Time to myself. Hello, I'm Jennifer Peabody from Gilmanton. I'm representing myself and the advocacy group for the welfare of equine Stop Enabling Abuse. It was our campaign that emailed the committee members a letter on January 12th introducing us and our intention to oppose HB 1766. For 4 months, we've been investigating this bill and its predecessor, 616. We've had open discussions with citizens of our state representing all sides of the spectrum on this issue, and 3 pertinent themes arose. Number 1, that this bill is due to an allegiance to a goat farmer in the town of Lee who contends she was wrong when 54 of her goats were confiscated in 2024. Number 2, that this bill is the result of the Free State Project pledge to exert the fullest practical effort toward the creation of a society in which the maximum role of government is the protection of individuals' rights of property, as well as liberty and life. Animals are living property, and the Free State Project promotes a lifestyle of homesteading and agriculture, which is a significant number of Free Staters enjoy. And number 3, that this committee will 100% recommend this bill to the full House because they've been committed to this legislation since 2024. Each of these themes are admirable in their own right: loyalty, liberty, and hard work. But I'm here today to ask all of you to consider that when ideologies are applied in an echo chamber or a vacuum, there are often unintended consequences and real harm. We have numerous objections with this bill, and those are addressed in online testimonies. But today I'll address the most obvious, which is the attempt to eliminate the duly licensed humane societies from their vital role in animal cruelty cases. Based on our outreach, 3 consistent themes arose. Number 1, police are stretched thin, and many would prefer to avoid these cases as they are not necessarily trained in animal cruelty investigation and prosecution. Number 2, veterinarians are overwhelmed, and large animal vets are few and far between in New Hampshire. Number 3, there's a shortage of animal control officers throughout our state. Concord doesn't even have one. To eliminate this ready, willing, and able resource defies common sense. It's even more so because they don't cost the taxpayer a dime. In our own cruelty cases, the SPCA was literally the glue between our police and the veterinarian. Because our existing cruelty laws already make it nearly impossible to confiscate a suffering animal, it took the dedicated efforts of the SPCA to patiently build a relationship with that owner. By the 46th day, the police reports indicate seizure was imminent. Instead, due to a large part of the relationship that the SPCA built, the owner agreed to surrender 2 horses, one of which was immediately euthanized. It is a heinous fact that animal cruelty exists, and it always will. There are very sick people who abuse and willfully neglect animals, and ignorant people who unintentionally neglect them. It is because of this fact that we object to eliminating humane societies from their current role in cruelty cases. The vast majority of New Hampshire citizens are not living in fear of being falsely accused of animal cruelty and having their living property confiscated. Therefore, there's no logical reason for this bill to cater to a minority of people who are paranoid of this happening to them because of their unique lifestyle and very specific ideologies. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Peabody? Seeing none. Oh, see, Representative Bixby.
Can you explain what the process for licensing a humane society is?
I cannot, no.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions. Thank you, Ms. Peabody.
Thank you for your time.
Ronald Peabody.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I'm just going to make a brief statement to, obviously, a matter of time that we have lack of. So I live in, my name is Ron Peabody, and I live in Gilmanton, New Hampshire. We have a small farm there. In having reviewed the proposed bill, I have some serious concerns as to its negative effect on animal cruelty in our state. While I think I understand the motivation for some of the specific changes and don't necessarily disagree, especially those changes that may protect falsely accused. However, in my opinion, this bill as written in its entirety only serves to make protection for animals far more difficult than the current law now allows. As an example, by further limiting the resources available in our state, we are placing the burden solely on a few who are already stretched too thin. As you know, time is of the essence in many of these circumstances, and limiting these resources only will exacerbate this process. In addition, this bill further dilutes the power of the court and the guidelines allowing those who are convicted to continue to perpetuate neglect or abuse in the future. And that specifically is removing most of paragraph 7. As I previously said, I agree with attempting to protect the few who are falsely accused, but not at the expense of the greater good, which is to protect those with no voice against the truly bad people who commit this abuse. In summary, I think in a sense of good legislation, some changes can and should be made, but this bill as written goes way too far to create legislation that will only lessen our ability to stop legitimate cases of animal cruelty in our state. While we have specific recommendations for this bill, I understand this is not the time or place for that, but I am here to implore you to vote no on this bill as written. I'd like to address, now that that's out of the way, a couple comments that were made today. And one was that in seizing an animal, it says that the owner has to be not available, has to be absent, and that there has to be probable cause. Well, what if the owner is present and there's probable cause? The change of and to or would deal with that entire problem. So there are some specific things in the bill. Representative King, you mentioned that we can't have specific bills for specific circumstances all the time, but we have to have a general bill that can be applied specifically. And I totally agree with that. But what we can't do is we can't limit the resources that we have. And I do take exception with Representative Comtois' comment that she has worked with all of these agencies, especially under the circumstance that the NHSPCA is basically being taken out of this process.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you very much for your time.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming and giving your testimony
welcome.
today. Mark Prescott. And you are the new New Hampshire State veterinarian, I hear.
That is correct.
Okay, good
Thank
afternoon
you,
and
Madam
welcome to
Chairman.
our
Thank you,
committee.
Thank you very much for letting me speak. Unfortunately, Commissioner Jasper wasn't unable to come today, so he asked me to speak in his stead. I'm actually not certain if what he wants me to cover is, because he has specific amendments that he wanted me to go over, whether this would be the appropriate place to do that or whether that would be part of the working group. But I'm
We
happy
could
to
do that at the work session, and I guess if you can submit what your proposed changes would be to the committee, that would be helpful.
Okay. Then I guess I will.
Well, you can
cede
give
my
us a
3 minutes
highlight
and-
of,
Sure.
some things that just, pop out. That,
And some of this came based on discussions of myself and the commissioner on when I initially started. I had some concerns just with the bill, some of constitutionality and some other things. At the beginning, it says no animal shall be confiscated unless a person is charged under this section. The investigating officer this is page 1, lines 3 through 8. The investigating officer for a case involving livestock is defined in RSA 42738. 3 shall be accompanied by the state veterinary designee in person. The purpose there is that it requires someone to be charged. You can't just seize property. Constitution, we all know the Constitution of the U.S. does not allow someone to seize property without, you just can't take someone's property without giving them something back or charging them. So, on page 1, lines 27 through 29, the commissioner recommends if the treating veterinarian believes that livestock which have been confiscated is in a state of suffering and that the cost to alleviate the suffering will exceed the amount of allowable reimbursement as set by AGR Rules 3504.01 C8, unless the owner agrees in writing to pay for the care, the animal shall be euthanized. And what he was trying to do is just set something about the costs, and that way what we've seen is a lot of municipalities have been stuck with significant costs that have not been able to come back. So I guess I believe that was what he was after there. And then he suggested inserting the same language in page 3, line 1. And some of this has to do with, and we can, I guess, discuss it in the working group, but there are some concerns about imminent danger and what it means, and it's very, very difficult and difficult to determine. And maybe I'll just leave it there.
Okay, so I guess we'll be discussing those things. Representative Bixby, you have a question for?
So one of the things that this bill changes is a phrase in existing law that says that an officer of a licensed humane society may initiate the temporary custody of the animal. What is the process for licensing a humane society in New Hampshire?
I mean, it depends on if they are a pet vendor. So in terms of our pet vendor regulations, people who are selling pets or adopting pets out over 30 animals, they're required to be licensed. But otherwise, as you said, Representative Bixby, I'm not aware of any regulations that specifically determine what a humane organization is by definition in the state of New Hampshire.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So just to clarify, there actually is no licensing procedure for humane societies. So it would be sort of hard to identify an officer of a licensed humane society.
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Scully?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like your professional opinion regarding the use of remote viewing of the animals and whether you think some type of I don't know, what do they call that? Pardon me?
Telehealth?
Yeah, well, telehealth, yeah, but diagnoses, regarding the condition of the animal. Is it doable, and do you think that this is something that should be looked at?
Foundationally, let me just state that cruelty is in the state of New Hampshire is a legal charge. So the role of the state veterinarian as currently in legislation and otherwise is as advisor to people that are forming cases for cruelty. So the ability to, it would be very difficult for me to say, a lot of it would depend upon the expertise. I was speaking to an officer in, I think it was Gilmanton, who had a dairy science degree, had extensive training, and so he felt comfortable assessing the health of an animal. So my lending support in that situation, where you had the arresting officer or who had technical expertise, was familiar with body condition scores, I could support him in his determination. That case potentially. Otherwise, I do think it's difficult to say because each situation is unique. And I don't know if I answered your question, but I apologize if I did not.
Well, I'm hearing reservations with the idea that you'd be able to do this remotely if you didn't have the right person on site.
I think that my understanding is that telehealth is if we're not able to find someone that is not, could not be designated, or myself, I could not attend to be able to do that. So we're trying to deal with the timeliness of the request in this bill is my understanding, but that's what the commissioner told me. So I'm here representing him to do my best.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
And I call Kurt Ehrenberg from Humane World for Animals.
Start the clock. I'm Kurt Ehrenberg, New Hampshire State Director for Humane World for Animals, and we're opposed to this bill. Humane World for Animals. This bill would severely limit law enforcement's ability to protect animals from cruelty by allowing seizure only when an animal faces imminent danger. It would also require officers to delay action in livestock cases pending evaluation by the state veterinarian's office. These restrictions would prevent timely intervention, prolong animal suffering, and hinder the collection of evidence needed for prosecution. HB 1766 would further prohibit law enforcement from collaborating with qualified non-governmental experts who possess specialized knowledge in large-scale cruelty investigations, animal fighting cases, and emergency sheltering operations. Such partnerships are essential. They provide expertise that state agencies often lack and help control costs by leveraging private sector resources for veterinary care, temporary housing, and logistics. Without these partnerships, New Hampshire taxpayers and local law enforcement agencies would bear the full financial burden of complex cruelty cases, expenses that frequently total hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars for veterinary treatment, sheltering, transportation, and staffing. And, you know, we don't have to go too far. Wolfboro, New Hampshire, not long ago, a cost of over $2 million to care for 80 some odd Great Danes. I think people remember that case. If you don't, we can help fill you in. The Humane Society of the United States, now called Humane World for Animals, took up the cause, took care of those animals. Talking with my colleagues about this bill, they don't think we'd be able to do that under this bill. So just take that into consideration. I would also say you've got the state veterinarian here in front of you saying each case is different. He was not a fan. I mean, he could come back, you can ask him, he's not a fan of the video, whatever, FaceTime diagnosis in the middle of the night in the rain when the policeman wants to go home. You know, it's not conducive to good veterinary care or a legitimate diagnosis that is needed at that time. So I'd just leave it at that. I know you're pressed for time.
Thank you.
And I'll send you written testimony.
Okay. Representative Bixby.
So is there anything in this bill that you see that explicitly excludes humane societies, SPCA, et cetera, from working with with municipalities for the care of the animals, or is it that they are simply not mentioned?
It changes the relationship, drastically changes the relationship between law enforcement and caregivers in the state.
Could you explain how
It doesn't allow them to collaborate at the most crucial times for the animals.
Can you see something? Is there something in the bill that explicitly says that the law enforcement cannot collaborate with humane societies for the care of the animals?
I'm not sure I want to respond to that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Ehrenberg.
Thank you.
Michelle Murch from New Hampshire SPCA.
Chair, committee members, thank you for having me. I would also like to note that the New Hampshire SPCA was not at the meeting as were mentioned for the stakeholders last year. We were not part of that. My name is Michelle Murch. I'm a retired law enforcement officer with 24 years of service and currently serve as the Equine and Farm Program Manager and one of 3 investigators for New Hampshire's SPCA Animal Protection Division. I'm a certified equine cruelty investigator and a certified animal control officer. I'm opposed to HB 1766. For the past 5 years, I've assisted police departments across New Hampshire with hundreds of cases involving horses and other livestock. Last year alone, the New Hampshire SPCA responded to complaints involving 1,976 animals classified as livestock. HB 1766 removes officers of a duly licensed humane society from statute. If that expertise is removed, nearly 2,000 animals each year will be placed at greater risk. That gap will not be filled. Animals will suffer, and some will die. Current law already requires a New Hampshire licensed veterinarian for livestock removal, often difficult to secure after hours, weekends, or on holidays. HB 1766 worsens this by requiring the state veterinarian or a designee to determine probable cause before animals can be seized. Cruelty is not a 9-to-5 crime. Delays in cruelty cases directly increase suffering. HB 1766 also restricts those who may participate in investigations to government employees only. Law enforcement and animal control officers routinely call asking, "Can you help me? I don't know what I'm looking at." This bill removes subject matter experts they rely on. Animals are living evidence. Their care, documentation, veterinary treatment, and rehabilitation are essential to successful prosecution. If only government employees may participate in investigations, the state will be responsible for housing, managing this living evidence. Yet animal shelters in New Hampshire are not governmental agencies. This creates unintended consequences and significant costs for taxpayers. Many animals classified as livestock in New Hampshire are actually companion animals. Reform is needed. It should be thoughtful and deliberate. Options include redefining livestock, creating an animal cruelty task force, or engaging the Governor's Commission on the Humane Treatment of Animals to review statutes and recommend improvements that move animal welfare forward, not backward. HB 1766 also removes critical law enforcement discretion by effectively requiring arrest. Should a person with mental illness be arrested because they cannot care for their animals? Should an elderly owner who is injured and unable to feed her animals be arrested? Or should animals remain neglected? No one wins in many cruelty cases. In closing, HB 1766 removes expertise, creates dangerous delays, and prioritizes rigid process over animal welfare. I respectfully urge the committee to oppose this bill as written and pursue thoughtful, collaborative reform.
Thank you, Ms. Murch. Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Officer Murch. So others testified to the fact that 19 agencies work with people like the Humane Society and others, and those services, as was said by their testimony, would be done by others. But I guess my question is more, if this weren't done by those individuals, those public-private partnerships that they're being done by now, it's not that the services would immediately be offloaded to government because those services haven't been approved, those funding isn't there. It's more that those services and the animals and citizens with animals who get aid from those services would just simply go without. And those animals would be left in situations, some of which that I've heard over the summer in dealing with this bill, that are hard to believe.
Yes, that is true.
Representative Bixby.
So at this point, there is nothing in the bill that explicitly excludes the role of humane societies. However, there's nothing that explicitly includes it either.
The governmental, that you have to be a government, an officer, the wording, let me see. The government, it's right in the law, also restricts those who participate in investigations to government employees only. So seizing evidence or holding protective custody animals, that is part of an investigation. I spent 24 years in law enforcement. Holding live evidence until court is part of an investigation. So that would no longer be able. So if an officer calls me and says, "Michelle, I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know horses, but I know you do. Can you help me?" I can't help you because I don't work for the government.
Right. So I'm wondering if so one of the issues with the officer of a licensed officer of an officer of a licensed humane society is there actually is no licensing process for humane societies in the state.
Correct. That is an old term. Absolutely.
So would you be more comfortable with the bill if we were to put in explicit language that would explain what ways that in what ways humane societies can be contracted by law enforcement to cooperate?
100%.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Ms.
Thank
Murch. I have one more pink card. If anybody else wishes to speak, this is Rob Johnson. From New Hampshire Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Rob Johnson, representing the New Hampshire Farm Bureau. And I'd like to speak to two particular sections in the bill that we think are probably the most important pieces of the proposal. And that would be on page 2, lines 16 and 17, and these have been alluded to. The proposal states that except as provided in subparagraph B, any appropriate law enforcement officer or municipal animal control officer may take into protective custody an animal. Current statute, again, has been mentioned earlier, also includes an officer of a duly licensed humane society. We strongly believe that that should be the purview of a public official and not a private entity. And the second section I want to point out is that on page 3, at the top of the page, lines 1 and 2, where it says, for the purposes of subparagraph A, the investigating officer for livestock, as defined in RSA 427, shall be accompanied by the state veterinarian or their designee. What we're seeking here is simply that for livestock, that any probable cause determinations be made, think of it this way, through the state veterinarian. He can designate one of his staff. He can designate a licensed veterinarian. He can designate somebody from a shelter. He can designate anybody. Anybody. And that broadens it tremendously. And I also want to point out, there's been questions, I believe it was Representative Scully, you asked about the video piece. I just want to point out there's an or after that. So it's designate in person or by video. Meaning if it's determined that it can be done via video, it's simple enough, then that option is there. I'll leave it at that. I know you'll be a work session and all, but thank you for your attention. And Madam Chair, I have a handout here. It is the Commissioner's amendment. And what I did is I incorporated into the bill, and you'll see where he wanted to cross out existing language in the bill. It's highlighted and struck out. New languages in red.
Okay, thank you.
Would you be willing to take questions?
Yeah. Pass this down that way. Pass this down that way.
And again, what is being handed out, that's the amendment that the commissioner had wanted, and I told him I would put it into the bill and make the changes so it would be better understood.
No. Well, okay. Yeah. So, historically, humane societies have been involved in the housing of animals that have been confiscated or are in temporary custody, and that has been a service that municipalities have found to be very important to be able to just manage it, because your average police department doesn't have the capacity to do that. How would you feel about there being language in the bill that clarifies the appropriate relationship between law enforcement and humane societies in these cases?
Would certainly be open to that. The law enforcement, the Chiefs Association, and the Sheriff's Department were part of our discussions this fall.
Okay. I just wanted to see if that would be a useful avenue in order to correct some of the disagreement about the bill.
No, I think we're open. Like I just mentioned the two things, at least, that are most important for us. Again, we think it should be a public official that's making a seizure or a temporary seizure of any type. And again, that when it's livestock, it's through the state vet in some fashion.
Right. So there needs to be essentially public control of the process, although other aspects of it could be contracted or delegated.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am looking at that language on, I guess, page 1, and it says the shall be accompanied by the state veterinarian or designee. I wasn't sure. It doesn't really clarify who designates that person. Do we need to say that the state veterinarian's designee? And if we do that, and you had pointed out that a designee could be appointed by the state veterinary, would that allow us to use somebody, say, from the SPC that the state veterinary believes is qualified to stand in his or her place, be able to make these determinations?
Correct, certainly.
So, okay, so we're not precluding anybody. We just need to get somebody qualified by the state veterinarian to be able to do this.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Wheeler.
What came first, the chicken? No, I'm just.
All right. All right, thank you very much. Any other persons interested in speaking on this bill? All right, I'd like the blue sheet from up there. And I have to look at 1766. Okay. So we have on the blue sheet, we have one person in favor and 3, 6, 8, 9 people opposed. On the online portal, we had 45 people in support, 554 in opposition. And with that, I'm going to close out the hearing on HB 1766. We will have a work session on this next Tuesday. I am going to remind the following committee members that they have committee reports due to me as soon as possible, hopefully this evening. That would be Representative Bixby for HB 1274, Representative Bixby for HB 1153, Representative Comtois for HB 1789, Representative Comtois for HB 1254, Representative Bixby for 1157, and HB 1054, also Representative Bixby. Well, you know, you made the motions, hon. All right. We have scheduled work session at 10 o'clock next week. I'm wondering if I should make that 9:30.
Well,
have a subcommittee meeting at 9:30.
You have,
Okay,
you
so-
have a subcommittee meeting at
so-
9.
Well, actually, I talked to Cassidy, and because we're moving to ITL, that I asked her to move the work session to the subcommittee work session to 9:30.
Oh, okay, okay. So that's right. Okay, so your subcommittee meeting is going to be at 9:30. All right, so then we'll have our committee work session from 10 to 11, but we'll have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bills to talk about. Hopefully we'll be able to get through that. We have 2 hearings in that morning and then 3 in the evening, after lunch. No, right. And if we go late, we can, well, we'll figure it out. But, okay, sounds good. I hope that we will be able to exec HB 1621 and HB 1622 on that Tuesday morning, because the deadline is going to be February 12th, and I don't want to really wait till the 11th to get those 2 early bills out. So there's that. Okay, we are done for today. Thank you all. We appreciate your time.